maybe we'll just do the live stream now. There we go. If you can't see at home, this guy is dressed up so well. Did you have that custom made for yourself? It's beautiful. It really is beautiful. Just a quick one. I'll be very interested to see how many people have Telegram. Actually, how many people don't have Telegram? Is there anyone that does not know what Telegram is? Right. Anyone got Telegram Premium, by the way? So we don't have. It's still got quite a good thing. So look, I'm not going to go through too much of like all the benefits of Telegram because we already know this. And the clicker doesn't seem to work for some reason. The laser does. It's fine. It's fine. John? Oh, there we go. We've gone through it all. There we go. Look. We're a good messaging app. If you came yesterday, it's basically the same talk, but we'll make it a lot better because you guys got Telegram mini apps. Has anyone used Telegram mini apps? No. See, this is where now we're starting to lose a lot of the crowd because people don't know what Telegram mini apps are, okay? Victor, how would you describe Telegram mini apps? Exactly. They're applications in Telegram. You don't need to download that, okay? So, Stomfy, our guy down there, our Dex, if you wanted to get tokens. Stomfy, mini app, Telegram mini app. There we go, it's a mini app. So instead of going and download, feel free to come in, guys. You don't have to just loiter at the front there, it's okay. We've got a bodyguard at the side there, so he's deciding on dress code if you're allowed to come in or not. Has he passed? He has passed, good. What is really good about these mini apps, as you discover, you don't have to go. You don't have to go to the Android store or the Apple store. You can just download it. So look, as we've seen here, there are games, trading, just a bit like how Stomfy would be. You'd go in there. I feel like I'm doing my Stomfy talk again, aren't I? Back a year ago, my Stomfy. But look, you can go in there and you can download a lot of that stuff. Other dexes are available. And then there's utility apps. So the mobile stuff, you can go in there. So look, the key benefit of a lot of this stuff is when you're going to your games, you do not have to go and download and type the game thing. Tom Battlegrounds again, really good game. If you haven't known, they're going to be speaking a bit later. You go in, you play, there is no download at all for that. So this is really interesting. This opens up a load of possibilities. Why? Because not only do you just download straight away or you play straight away because it's like loading up a channel, okay? You can refer people because this is, again, I'm going to go all the way through. The cool thing about the referrals is this was with Notcoin that got very big, with dogs that got very big. The referral mechanics were the key thing, okay? So, am I just talking about Telegram? No, okay, because the cool now thing, and the thing that now Telegram and Ton have that no other chain, no other Web3, Web2 have, is this connectivity, I'll go back, between the distribution, the ownership, and the wallet access. So, has anyone accessed the Telegram wallet? Okay, reasonable. Like, the best way to do it is if you go in your settings and just type wallet, you'll be able to find the wallet. And look, again, the key thing about the wallet is, and I'm going to show it there, in the settings there, you can type it. It's going to make crypto sending as easy as just sending a text, okay? This is the key thing. You need to make it really easy, okay? So, you go in. We've got Boinkers. Hopefully, Boinkers are going to be speaking very shortly. They've got a great game, great social thing. You can play the game, and then if you want to connect the wallet, you just go in there, connect it, you're in straight away. None of this other downloading and doing all that other stuff. This is where this is getting really key. And this is really exciting. Now, I'll be a bit controversial, and hopefully this isn't being live streamed. We need to do a lot more to get this going, okay? Because Notcoin did a really good job of getting that attention, getting everything going forward. We just need now that next thing, how to get that audience, how to engage people. So it's really easy to create, okay? Really easy to do this stuff. Simple, multiple chains of distribution. You go tweet out, getting groups, going everywhere, and it's just simple onboarding. This is the stuff that we need to make. We need to not have all this complicated flow. We need to get in straight away. So look, if you're a builder, I don't know if you are, I'll just leave it up there. If you want to build, do that. If not, just come to the group. So I'm keeping you awake, John. He had a late last night. I don't know if anyone saw the red beard. John, have you actually gone home tonight? Because you're wearing the same clothes as last night. You got lucky last night. There we go. Yeah, very much so. So look, there's key areas in Ton Telegram that we're really starting to look. And look, these aren't the only areas, but these are the key areas, okay? So we've got GameFi. We've got Simon for Goat Gaming, okay? If you don't know about Goat Gaming, that's what you need, because obviously Ton's going to be the greatest of all time chain. Am I right? Yeah, I'm right. Okay, digital ownership. So this is where we're seeing a lot of this hype, a lot of this coming in now. Imagine owning now the usernames, okay? Imagine the numbers, okay? What we're seeing now is the gifts and the stickers. This is so key, because we don't have this just for show. This is the stuff that now people are coming in. And look, if you speak to Victor about it, the guy back up there, how crazy is the gifts going on at the moment? Because I saw a tweet the other day from Vudi, okay? He was saying the foundation, this is hype all by the foundation. Not at all. Not at all, Vudi. Nothing to do with the foundation. Sorry, Mr. Camera. Nothing at all, Vudi, with that, okay? This is not. This is hype that's been created by, what we got, Russian streamers doing it, streamers. People are seeing this, whales, because they see the value in this, okay? Simplified DeFi. Just plug in certain DeFi platforms like your DDoS or your StomFi that you can go in there. This is the key thing. You start having all the integrations in the gaming. So imagine you got gaming with a digital ownership, with a swap platform already inbuilt, paying in it, and then it all has AI to tie it up. We can make some amazing apps. Honestly, it's mind-blowing. Okay, so look, some of these games are great. Stickers are looking great. So if you've not bought a plush Pepe, Victor, how much did the plush Pepe last night go for? But there was a record, I think it was at 80K? No, but the record went about 80K. There was one that sold last night for 80K. So these are now 50,000. So look, crazy high numbers that we've got. And look, the one-click investments. So Athena, if you want to get Athena, okay, go to your DEX of choice. You can swap and get the USDE. You can stake it. You get the high yields, making it so much easier than the usual way that Athena works. Okay, so look, we're early. I know we have a panel. How are we going? We good for time? Because Froggy. Can I call you Froggy or Julian? I don't know now what to call you. Julian, well, we've got a panel. Okay, it's Ton 101, isn't it? 101. 101 people are coming on stage to talk about Ton. Is that right? Oh, yeah, okay, come up. Okay, so look, we have the next, if you want to do the next slide, we can then have Julian. Do you have any questions, by the way, whilst we're doing that? Because we've got some key people. Any questions about Ton and Telegram? Or want to know about John's crazy night? Anyone want to know? Young man at the back. When airdrops? Mate, you're like 12 months too late on that phrase, okay, mate? We've done the airdrop thing about a year ago, okay? Like, just use it, okay? Maybe if you're lucky, you might get a Telegram gift if you stay around for the... If you sit down here for the whole day, we'll give you a Telegram gift, okay? That's my... Do not move from the seat. Right, so... We've got Victor already sat down here, okay? Julian is going to be the MC. I'm going to be sitting down there. We've got Andre from StomFi, Dex on Ton. I'm sure it's you next, isn't it? I'm sure we're doing the 101. This has been really good in rehearsal, by the way, okay? This is doing really well in rehearsal. Right. We go, Julian.
Yeah, I think so. Andre?
Come on, Andre. Do we have someone else as well?
1, 2.
There we go. Give them a round of applause. Sorry, I was like, woo. He's not here. Okay, so it gives us more time.
Yeah, we wait a little bit? Or we go, we can start?
Let's start.
Okay. Hello ladies, hello gentlemen. GM. Really happy to be here with you. So today I will be your host, so Julian Paredes, aka Meta Froggy. I am French, as you can hear with my Froggy accent. So and today I am really lucky to have also, by the way, I am the new Ton Europe Hub Lead. So if you have also any question as European, if you want to get onboarded also, so I am your go-to guy. But here also you have other key people in the ecosystem. But guys, let's start. So who are you and what are you chilling today?
I think that's a good question. Well, I'm someone you know. My name is Victor. I'm working as a global community lead at Ton Foundation and been already with Ton for over a year. It's been an incredible journey. We continue to expand and grow in the social interactions, and it is a phenomenal time to be alive. Speaking of the mini apps, you know, when I first time saw the wallet integration and when my friend explained it to me, that was like over 1.5 years ago, I told him, if you tell me the truth, I'm going to try right now. I'm going to write a thread about this. And ever since that moment, in 2 weeks, I was working at Ton. So that's pretty much the story, because that's real and you can try it yourself. Go to your Telegram and in search, type wallet. You will find it with a blue check mark, literally at wallet, and you can start using it today. Just easy as that.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for joining us. It's early, I know, the second day, so thanks. I'm Andre. I'm CMO and acting CBDO at StoneFi. StoneFi is the swap platform, as Martin said. So you can swap any Ton-based token at StoneFi. You can access it on the web. You can access it as a Telegram mini app. You don't need to download it, by the way, so you just open Telegram, just launch an application, or our application in this case, and then you can swap any Ton-based token. And we are the biggest swap platform on Ton right now. So I think that's it. Do you want to introduce yourself?
In case you don't know who I am, or you've just come in, okay. Martin, head of growth. What am I growing? I'm growing users, numbers, volume, apps, reasons to be on Ton and Telegram. That's basically, if you don't know who I am after the last 15 minutes, I think you've probably been drinking the same stuff as John last night, because he was on the tight spirits last night. He was doing the shots, so yeah.
Thank you, guys. So, you know, in Europe, I guess the concept of a super app is not really well known. But when you take a look at Asia, you have WeChat, and you can do everything within one application. And I remember also last year, when we first met together, Martin, here in Lisbon, he showed me how, you know, easy it was to send some crypto within Telegram. And here, today, we are all here together speaking about that. And, you know, we have been working with many companies, I guess, every one of us here. And everybody, when you talk to them, they say, okay, we are looking to onboard the next billion user. And so it's a beautiful dream. But when you take a look at what Telegram also has so far, at least from our opinion, it's the perfect Trojan horse to onboard the next billion user. So now let's maybe dig into that. So maybe the people here that are also following Ton and also the different channels that we have on Telegram, you might have seen also Snoop Dogg that have created a Telegram community, right? So what are your thoughts also regarding Ton joining the US market? And maybe Martin, you have some idea about that.
Look, I think we have a great opportunity because we're the only like L1 that's up there that's not touched America. Okay, so we've got all this growth, all this action without touching probably the market with the most hype, actors, volume people out there. So imagine now what we can do as soon as we get there. I'm not saying we go to America tomorrow, okay, and we're going to get all their users. Just in the same way as now, it's very damaging to say to an app, oh, Telegram's got 1 billion users. You join and you're going to get 1 billion users. It's not that easy. And I think this gets a bit dangerous because app comes and they go, oh, I'm on Telegram, I'm going to have 1 billion users. And the app does nothing, okay? So America gives us this potential. Hence, hopefully now with listings, we've seen with MoonPay coming, and there'll be other exchanges, I think Kraken already. We can now give more access to US users, and the Ton Space wallet soon should be available to US users. There's going to be a lot bigger inflow there. So it's easy for me to say. Hopefully now the decks, we can sort of hear what their view is.
Well, of course, it's a great opportunity because it's the biggest market. We know that they have the most engaged users in terms of activity and assets. I mean, the amount of assets they are holding. But of course, it's the toughest market. Speaking mostly about regulation, so this environment, it is tough. So it is very important, very interesting for us, but we need to look carefully and closely into regulation and to act accordingly, I would say. So probably that's it.
What's interesting about expanding to the US market is that, I mean, we have quite a amount of community members that are aware from this market, but for them it is hard to access Ton blockchain due to the restrictions due to their location. And that's been influenced mainly by the history in the past with the SEC. The thing here is that very important to note is that the person who was actually against the ruling against Ton in the past today is the person that is leading crypto task force in the US, which is a very important step as well. And seeing that the wallet and Telegram, they've already announced quite a while ago that Ton Space is going to be available for the US-based customers, it is incredible because all those people, they see the wallet integrated in Telegram, but they simply cannot use it. It shows them your location is restricted. So they are aware it's there, but they can't access it. The moment they can, it is going to be a really revolutionary moment because it's never been easier for the average consumer to get into crypto. And I cannot wait until the US market also gets to experience that themselves. In terms of volume, I would say that US market is probably one of the biggest in crypto. And it's very interesting to see that even though Ton is not as accessible there, we still get a lot of degens coming from the US, especially quite recently with Telegram NFT gifts and joining Ton for the first time ever, exploring the ecosystem and seeing what it got to offer. And speaking of the mini apps, you've mentioned, oh, we're going to get the 1 million user. To be honest, if you're building a mini app and you got less than 1 million users, there is something you're doing wrong. I'm not saying it's easy, but there is something you're doing wrong because it's relatively achievable for anyone that got something unique going to themselves, to their project. So I believe everyone has a fair chance to at least have 1 million users for their mini app if they build something cool and useful.
To your point also, I used to work with, to advise a company called Droppy, and you know, they started from scratch. They were from the NFT world, and from, you know, in 6 months, they achieved more than 1.5 million active users, and they have generated more than $1.5 million. And you know, the beauty of Telegram, I guess, it's, but you were talking about that, Martin, before, it's the user acquisition. And when you are, you know, from the classic gaming industry, to acquire mobile user, it's quite expensive. But now with Telegram, you can acquire, you know, global user for around 5 cents and a qualified user for more or less 7 cents. So when you think about that, you know, you can really allocate, you know, a small amount of budget regarding acquisition, and then you build on top retention and things like that. So to your point, you can easily grow and tap to these numbers. I totally agree with you. But you know, blockchain, yeah, it's all about, you know, giving accessibility, but I guess also it's all about, you know, how you can also take advantage of the different assets that you have, so DeFi also. And now, I guess that you might have seen that, but Telegram is going also to tokenize their bond, right? And so here we are clearly at the intersection of DeFi and RWA. So that's something that, honestly, I haven't seen so far. We have seen, obviously, you know, other company going listed and public company in the US, but tokenizing also their bond and giving the accessibility to other people is really interesting. So.
Speaking of the tokenization, one of the important things, and I've seen that it's not mentioned much just yet, but the gold was tokenized by Tether on Ton blockchain. It came out like 3 days ago. So you can buy tokenized gold via Telegram wallet on Ton directly in your TG, like today. Like you can go and do it. It works. And Tether pioneered with Ton. They're going to be doing that omni-chain via the standard of layer 0, so basically with the unified liquidity pools and all. But it started with Ton, and it is a tremendous step toward an adoption. And I think gold, as nothing else, is one of the assets that people recognize, and it's going to be very powerful going further.
First of all, I think that any new use case is very important. So we should have as many use cases as possible. This one, tokenizing bonds and so on, it's one of the use cases, which is very good because it attracts attention. So we have new users and we have new use cases that users can interact with and so on. But, you know, I'm always trying to find some contrarian thing because I'm not the proponent of any quick wins. So I think that quite often we see like a use case or something, or like 1 billion users, something like that, and sometimes we think, oh, okay, it's a quick win, so probably it'll just happen, but usually it won't. So that's why we need to consider some other things, some like complicated stuff in order to understand how to fix that or how to work with that or how to mitigate risks and so on. And in terms of the bonds, I would say, so one could say, of course, it's great. It's an awesome opportunity, but at the same time, is that decentralization? Does that provide equal access to everyone? Because, well, you know, there's sometimes, so if you're speaking about any investment stuff or some regulated stuff, the investors quite often they must be qualified, which means that not everyone gets access. So it's a contrarian thing that we should think about, but of course it is very good. And also, speaking about the equal access, so we at StoneFi, we believe that everybody should have access to crypto, not because it's, you know, a fun thing, but for lots of people all over the world, it's just a necessity because there are lots of unbanked, underbanked people, and so on. So that's why we need to consider different aspects in every use case, including this one. And that's why we should raise questions and trying to find answers. Probably we won't be able to find the right answer to this specific question or this specific use case, but it'll help us to find new answers and new approaches to other use cases when we start tokenizing some other assets. Well, gold is already tokenized, but there are more real-world assets, right? And we should think about that when we are thinking about cases like this.
Yeah, you know, what you are saying is that also everything should start with education at some point. You know, we have different use cases, but we need also to explain what are bonds, what does it mean, what means tokenizing stuff, what is also, you know, we are going into that, but, you know, we are inside that, we are deep inside, so we think that everybody should know, but before introducing a new use case, everything should start by educating, right? At some point.
That's true. That's actually what we're doing. So we believe that in order to get high adoption, we need to educate our users because Telegram and Tom, they do a great job by, you know, attracting and engaging new users, but then we need to onboard them in our applications. And quite often they don't know anything about crypto and so on, or they not that tech savvy, something like that. So that's why we need to educate these users. And we at StoneFi, we produce a lot of educational materials, you know, onboarding bots and all this stuff, because we need to educate them and we need to make them familiar with these use cases through this.
Andre, you sold me. You have to come with me, you know, and do a Europe tour because it's exactly what we are going to do with the internationally with the different hub, but specifically in Europe. You know, yesterday I just had a call with the 42 school, which is, you know, a developer school oriented, and with some other gaming programming school. And you know, everything I was speaking with the people that are doing, you know, the lessons, and they told me, okay, what do you want to do? Because everyone, every blockchain are trying to contact us. I say, you know, first of all, I would like to educate your students because they might be aware about blockchain, but I think, you know, we don't need to be deep in the tech, but we need to explain to you what are the use cases and how you can also find a job and how you can also, you know, take over your privacy, your liberty, your freedom. That's the thing. So if you are happy, come with me, you know. The next stop, I think, would be Berlin, so you are invited.
Thank you.
Next also, you know, we are going to be a little bit more technique, but keep the mic, buddy, please. So you know that recently also there have been, you know, the integration of USDE. And so for you, you know, as a DeFi protocol, what does it mean? But can you explain also what is USDE at some point? You know, we start to applicate what we are saying, education, and then explain.
Okay, so USDE is a token issued by Athena, and they call it a synthetic dollar. And for the Ton blockchain, for us, it means that there is a new use case first, then there is a great opportunity for our users that are seeking for yields, but are trying to avoid excessive risks. So since USD is a token backed by delta neutral strategies by Athena, it means that it can provide this yield, but at the same time, it's not that risky. So for our users, it's a new asset which provides these opportunities, but also it means a new token from a prominent project, a new use case from the project that it is well known among the community. And also, of course, it provides liquidity, swaps, and so on, which is very beneficial for us. And I believe that it's very beneficial for the whole Ton ecosystem because it just, provides additional attention, I would say, because this is a prominent project. They come to Ton, and now everyone knows about that, which is very good. Do you want to add anything?
I think you've basically covered it. I think what's really, really interesting about this is we can make this a lot easier for users to get. That is the key thing. It could be an amazing product, but if you don't have any users, or if the users don't know how to access it or can access it, what's the point of having it? Okay, so this is why, and as I said before, make it so easy that people don't have to do like 20 steps and understand lots of multiple things. Because when I've tried to do this, okay, myself, even I get a little bit confused. And I've been in crypto a long time. Enough now that I'm getting gray hairs, okay? If it is really tricky, you might have the best product in the world and you might try to learn as much. Just need to make it a lot easier. And just by the way, sorry, we didn't have someone win a competition to come up on stage. Eugene was just a little bit late coming there. I think he was out with John on the heavy shots last night, so he's just sobered up and come in there, Eugene. So I'll let you let you come in.
Yeah, sorry about being late. Just landed, basically. Went here straight. Regarding the Athena, so I was on a digital asset summit in New York, since we basically do the crypto cards, and this is like really relevant for us. Stablecoins is the new alpha. People creating different type of stable coins on a different blockchain, and it's really great that the Athena came for Ton as well. So 3 years ago I started with Ton because there is only one option for the entire crypto market to get the new retail users coming from Telegram. So Athena came basically for very same reason, to get more users for their stablecoin. For us, it's also pretty cool because they always need the utility, and that's how the crypto cards are always helpful. And we also, as it was announced during the Token 2049, so we will be doing the co-branded cards with Athena. So this is basically the utility. You create the stable coins, you create different type of yields around it, and and it creates more utility for the stable itself.
Super nice. And what I love also about Ton, so it was not prepared, but I'm sure you will answer that easily. We have seen also some other players like Eva. They are like also a DeFi protocol, right? And at some point, they are also integrating kind of gamified system, like when you are a gift holder or an NFT holder, now you can generate point multiplier when you farm the their application. And here also I see that the DeFi also is evolving at some point, and for me, when we speak about GameFi, is this kind of stuff here. We need to make it, seamless, and for the user. And I guess, before Martin, you were saying, we are focusing DeFi, okay, but simplify DeFi. And I guess that's the kind of thing that, okay, you love NFT, okay, now you want to earn more, okay, come to DeFi. That's also other way to, chill or to onboard people to what we are building, and maybe then, they will understand what are stable coins and what they are so important also for the ecosystem. So that's really interesting to see all that kind of stuff interacting.
I would love, because we have this opportunity in the ecosystem. This is something more we have in this ecosystem than any other ecosystem, okay, any other super app and any other blockchain, okay. Ton Battlegrounds, why don't they educate in the game, integrate certain dexes, maybe give extra yield if you get the high score, but it doesn't have to be, but again, there's so many little things you can make really fun. People don't need to worry about all the intricacies. They're just in, you get it, okay? So, you know, I think we have this opportunity a lot more than any other way, because other chains doing this, they're going to have to do it quite convoluted, where, you know, straight away download, done, in, and stuff like that. So, you know, I love what you were just saying there, you know, the opportunity.
And you know, but speaking about mini apps and you know how basically you can integrate different layers or different features into that, you know, what do you think you know, where do you see the Telegram mini apps going so far? And maybe, you know, with a comparison with what WeChat is doing. So maybe Victor, you want to take this one?
Well, first of all, I'd say what happened with WeChat has been a long time since it started to develop as a super app ecosystem. Telegram has quite recently only introduced mini apps with a Web3 native integration, where now we see an interesting applications coming into the light. What's interesting here is that a lot of builders from the WeChat are coming to Ton. And my favorite example, and is actually one of my favorite teams in Ton blockchain ecosystem, is Pluto Studios, which is the publisher behind Catizen and now Katea, Bombi, you name it, so many games. Like, I mean, the list goes on. And I will explain why. Because they are one of the biggest publishers from the WeChat ecosystem. They're going to deploy this year alone 200 plus mini apps. And this is real playable games from the team that knows what they are doing. It's a lot of idle games that people enjoy spending money on, not because they expect the airdrop, because they do it, because that's the audience that they have, and that's the name they have, and they've got all executed to the T. And so, in my perception, and in fact, I may know, there is many more builders that get to be coming from the WeChat ecosystem toward Ton and Telegram. But here's the difficult part. They need someone to onboard them, to educate them. So there are, I'd say, a few big projects that in a sense working as a studios helping with onboarding process. And Catizen is one of them. They onboarded Bombi as it's very famous IP from the WeChat. And they onboarded them because they had one common friend to their Catizen Gaming Center ecosystem. Bombi has millions of users. They're about to do the airdrop right now if they haven't yet. But to my point, they've got hundreds and hundreds of games yet to come. And there is hundreds of those studios with hundreds of games that are yet to come to Ton and Telegram. And so we're going to be patiently waiting until we see how is that going to revolutionize the space. But today you could play games, shop, trade on DEXs, collect NFTs, all of that, all within the Telegram. Inside on the single app, and it's powered by Ton blockchain. And the beauty, there is never going to be another blockchain that Telegram will integrate. It made Ton exclusive for its mini app ecosystem, which is now part of the official policy. So you cannot build a mini app on Solana because you will get banned and your application will get deleted. So come to Ton and let's build.
To your point, yesterday I had this exact same conversation with the guys from Ordinals, Pizza Ninja and Trevor. And you know, he was asking me some question, but I said to him, okay, you know, you can be from another ecosystem and start building on Ton. And the perfect example that it's happening right now, I think you all know Lucanets and Pudgy Penguin, right? Pudgy Penguin, they have their NFTs on Ethereum, they have their meme coins on Solana, and now they bought Abstract, which is their own chain. But guess what? They are building also a mini game, Pengu Clash, actually on Telegram, right? So it shows you that even if you are in free ecosystem, you can also build. You don't need to have a TGE to also, you know, attract user. If you are building something cool, challenging, and also that that is fun, you can always, you know, come and also take advantage of this also great ecosystem. But back to the
Last time I checked, Pudgy Penguin's Pengu Clash game got actually over 2.5 million users, or around that. So they're growing pretty good. And what's interesting is that, you remember I mentioned the people and studios that could help you get on board it. So Olympics is one as well, is a great example because they help them to achieve having a cool game in such a short period of time. There is more. There is not games as well. You probably know not coins. So it's a... The ecosystem keeps on expanding in this direction. And I absolutely love seeing the big branded IPs that already got the community, already got so many assets across the ecosystem and crypto coming to Ton because they realize, yo, we've got a new audience here. We must capture that. We must continue building our IP and ensure the success of our brand. And I'm very happy to have Pudgy Penguins also on Ton and Telegram as a mini app. And they have pretty interesting game where you compete with each other for ton in prizes. You're not farming airdrop, so you can go put up, let's say, 5 ton and compete with your friend, maybe with Martin tonight in the evening. Maybe you're gonna get bored, guys, and let's see who's gonna win. But make a prize pool of 10 ton, put up 5 and 5, and enjoy.
Yeah, Martin, also you want to speak about that, you know, how you see the mini app evolving, and also the comparison with what WeChat have achieved?
Yeah, I definitely. One thing I want to just sort of stress, which really excites me, and why I think we are so passionate about what Tom does. 2 chaps at the back, obviously Simon from Goat Gaming, and then I forgot the chap next to him from LA. What's your name again? AJ. It was AJ. I thought, yeah. So look, I started off. I gave you both gifts. Okay. Now what is? I can't believe this happens elsewhere. Okay. I've given both of you gifts. And both of you are giving me use cases of how you can start using it. What did you say to me yesterday? Oh, I didn't know any of this existed. Oh, can I introduce you to this person? Can I introduce you to this person? This would make so much sense. Simon, I told Simon about the gifts. He bought half the floor of half the stuff on that. He sees how exciting and the potential is. Okay, so this stuff starts to get more viral. I think the thing that's really missing is just this awareness. Because then as soon as now people, and look, you're doing a great job, Victor, on that. And like the education, obviously, from you guys. As soon as then, as we're seeing, we just need something to really ignite. And then people will think, oh, do you know what? Well, I can build a mini game with maybe the integration of gifts. Or, there's so many opportunities to potential. Look, my job from the foundation is not to say, you need to do this in this way. My job is to say, look, these are all the tools you have. And look, no other ecosystem has so many of these verticals, okay? I know there's certain ones that you go, oh, if I wanted to build real-world assets, maybe I'll go there. Or if I wanted to do memes, I'll go necessarily there. But this gives us the opportunity to sort of use all of these verticals. So look, the mini apps, there's no other, WeChat's got them. I think there's a couple of other ones, but everyone is in, especially in crypto, everyone is in Telegram, and they're sticky, I reckon most of you probably touched Telegram at least 10 times today, and we're not even 11 o'clock, okay? So, it's getting sticky, and you start looking more at what you can do. You start looking at the mini apps, okay? There's huge amounts of potential that, and I don't want to say this lightly, is untapped, okay? It really is untapped. And hopefully, this is where, when the iPhone came out in, 2007, okay? There wasn't any really apps that were useful. You had your calculator, but you had your calculator there. You had your camera, but you'd go out clubbing and you'd have a camera there. Probably Uber was the first one on the iPhone and Android. There was actually, you couldn't do Uber. Imagine having your laptop at the back, ordering an Uber, and then Uber was the first thing that gave you the reliance, and you knew that driver was around the block, you could relax. Or if it was stuck in the middle, you could go and have a party with Victor for another 10 minutes and do some shots with him. We're still probably waiting for something to really come, but then that can utilize the DEX within it very easily and get the payments going there, okay, on that. So, yeah.
I'll add something if you don't mind. So when you were asking this question about WeChat, so I was thinking, I don't have any opinion on this because I'm not that familiar with WeChat apps. So that's the problem actually. Then I realized I can't use it. Meaning that I had access to WeChat in the past, but for some reason now it doesn't accept my Chinese number. So it seems that I need to get a new Chinese number in order to get access to WeChat. So it means that I don't have an answer because I can't use it, which means that lots of people around the world, they can't use it, right? Which is not the case in Telegram's case, right? Because you can have this access. And I think this is the main difference, because Telegram is open, it is accessible, and so on. And WeChat, it is gated, and probably I think that all the apps over there, they operate in this very controlled environment or something like that, which again is not the case for Telegram, right? So that's the difference.
can people, have a competitive advantage compared to us because, they can also take advantage about what they have seen working on WeChat and maybe also replicate that on Telegram at some point,
Definitely, yeah. I would like to add on that point.
Yeah, exactly.
And also, yeah, I also really enjoyed all the games on Ton, especially with the booming of the Notcoin docs, etc., or any sort of the airdrops as well. Of course, that was cool. But for now, I truly enjoy to use the utility mini apps, and it's also evolving. So we definitely evolving as an ecosystem. We see a lot of financial apps. I use mobile, for example, all the time. I buy the eSIM. I go and buy it through the mobile mini app. Yeah, so there are definitely a lot of different applications already. Go and search for our @card bot. There is Red.Pay coming as well. So yeah, a lot of utility mini apps as well.
I think unless they ask me at the back if I want a cup of tea, I think we've got to wrap up. If that cup of tea, or are we having to wrap up? I'm getting that. I don't know if that means a cup of tea. Cup of tea? No? All right. It's it. That's it.
So thank you, everybody. I hope that you enjoyed it. And yeah, round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Good work. Good work. Welcome. Nice work, Victor. Just keep it. Yep. Okay. Oh, I was going to say, I think we're having the next talk in 90 seconds. So, is it 90 seconds? 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Okay, so enough time to quickly go to the toilet and wash your hands afterwards. We've got Alex from Open Builders. They've been doing a huge amount from Notcoin to dogs to now sticker store. You know, you're going to give a great insight of what's going on. I'm going to leave and let you have the stage. So give him a round of applause. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Right. So for those of you who are expecting to see Andrew here, this is what happens when you order Andrew from Temu. So let's address that first and foremost. I'm Alex. I'm CMO of Dogs and Open Builders. I'm here to talk about the rise of utility NFTs on Telegram. So a little intro about ourselves. Anyone here heard about Notcoin? Okay, a couple of people, at least I'm in the right room, that's great. So it all started with a Notcoin, very simple onboarding mechanic for Web2 users onto the Ton ecosystem, but there are a few things that we have built since then and are further building nowadays. So the first and foremost, a sticker pack. Obviously, many of you have heard about the stickers. These are the limited stickers on Telegram that onboard also loads and loads of people onto the Ton ecosystem from Web 2 and other Web 3 users. Now, the next, and I'll talk about stickers in particular in a second, but the next step in the evolution of the ecosystem is the market, something that we're building for a while now, and I can appreciate that. But one of the things that excites me about the market is that it's not only about selling the stickers that people have already purchased, but it's also about so much more. And one of the most important things that market will have is not just stickers, but the other collectibles on Telegram, including in-game items. And here come the not games. So what is not games? Not games is basically Steam 2.0, but on Telegram, with your player profile, with your games across different, with your squads across different games, with your collectible items within the games. You will be able to play them, get achievements, get rare skins, or collectibles, and then sell them all on the market. If you look at how CSGO's early skins are doing right now, you'll catch the FOMO pretty much straight away. Now, why Telegram? Again, for everyone in this room, it should be pretty obvious why, but I'll address in a very brief manner. It's the largest Web3 friendly platform that exists and probably will always be the largest one. It has more than 1 billion active monthly users, and we have a lot to do to onboard more and more of them onto Ton, and I think that's what we're here to do altogether. And obviously the seamless integration with blockchain in general, and we like wallet integration, but in general working with blockchain payments on Telegram is becoming increasingly easier and more streamlined. Anyways, so let's talk about NFTs 2.0, which are already here. So obviously we all know anonymous numbers and usernames, and the gifts. The gifts are the hot thing nowadays, and we don't see gifts and stickers as competitors necessarily. We see them as complements, and the reason for that is stickers have very limited supply. First and foremost, they help you express emotions within your chats, within your communities. And in general, they are complex. Where gifts, you can flex them on your profile, you can show, give them to somebody else, but the amount of kind of emotions you can show them is limited. Stickers have the appeal of onboarding large IPs directly onto Telegram and bringing their communities onto Telegram and Ton altogether. So we don't see those as competitors, but rather as complements to each other. Now, why do NFTs on Ton hit differently? Again, this is fairly obvious to everyone who has ever bought a gift or bought a sticker. But these are the collectibles that you can flex. If you look at the original NFTs that sit in your wallet and nobody knows about them, even if you put them on your Twitter profile picture, it's still, some people want to, the proof whether you own it or not. On Telegram, it's increasingly easy to show that you actually own that asset. And they have, the appeal to onboard normies. Why? Because most of the collections, both with gifts and with stickers, they are very easy to understand for regular people who have not touched blockchain in their entire life. And I think that's important, and that's why we're working with the IPs that have this kind of mainstream appeal to make sure that they bring on their audiences, but also that others who are already on Telegram, they get excited about that, and they start kind of exploring this Web3 side of Telegram that they might not have seen before. Now, will it grow? We have this very silly example here. A very recent sale in Dubai, I think, was that one of the most expensive number plates for a car was sold at around $15 million, meaning that collectibles that you can flex, you can show the proof of ownership, they have a massive potential. And this is where we see, the NFTs on Ton going further. Hopefully to this. Anyways, so just a little bit of statistic. Zenith would be here, he would correct me if I'm wrong, but the total trading volume on Telegram tokenized assets hit around 270 million very recently, and we see this is only kind of the first step. We still have a lot of work to do, and there is still a lot of normies to be onboarded onto that. Now, what are the Telegram stickers? So, for those of you who do not know, Sticker Pack is a marketplace where IP owners, big brands, whether from Web3 or Web2, can launch their own limited stickers, sell them, and these will be then they will be mintable. They are already tradable, and people can use them in their daily conversations, within their Telegram profile, with the Telegram chats, with their channels, etc., etc. So what's so cool about that, and what's different to maybe many of the NFTs we've seen so far? It has massive support from very large brands, and I think for something like that, where people, they respect a certain brand, whether Web3 or Web2 brand, they can get on board much easier. And I think this is what makes it so special for us. Obviously, the supply is extremely limited. Even with the most popular ones, it's about, I think, 10,000 packs you can have in total. And it has a deflationary mechanism as well to that. There is also one very special thing that I wanted to mention, that many of the stickers have a gated secret chat. So if you have this particular sticker, you get invited into the secret group where owners of this particular sticker pack can talk. They discuss, who sold, what's happening. They also negotiate deals for that particular sticker with other applications within the Ton ecosystem, and they basically work as a separate, it's like a meme coin kind of community almost. And one of my favorite ones is obviously the not cap one. So just a little bit of statistics here. Many of the packs so far have been sold out within an hour. So total sellouts within an hour, and we generated about 6 million to the IP owners just within those 22 collections. Some statistics here, I would say we're still very early, and while it's cool that some of these sales are quite high compared to the initial price, I think that once the mint is live, which should be hopefully not too long now, I'm pretty sure it will change, but I don't want to speculate on that. Now, why the major brands are moving here? Obviously, it's the direct engagement between them and their kind of existing fans within the Telegram ecosystem. They have one, and normally the brands that we work with, they have already some engagement within Telegram. But obviously, it's building new support, new fans. Like for example, Pudgy Penguins, they opened their channel after they started working with us. They are building their own game within Telegram as well. It helps on board more, like build that ecosystem for them as well. So, final thing. So who's already here? You can see Pudgy Penguins, there is Bored Ape IP, dogs obviously, and many, many more. But I wanted to hint out at one little thing before I go. A few others actually joining pretty soon. I can't name them here just yet, but this is what you can expect in the next few weeks. Quite a few large IPs are coming on together. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello. Yeah, you hear me well? Let me check the slider. Perfect. Yeah.
So my name is Eugene. I'm doing the BD and growth for holders, and here I would like to tell you more about our solution that was and is still actually quite new. Have you heard about the holders? No, perfect, perfect. So we basically provide a non-custodial, fully non-custodial payment experience with the cards, with the spending cards inside the non-custodial wallets. So imagine that we are basically restoring the justice. So no one can touch your money. Your money are truly yours. So I hope we do respect the entire ideology behind the decentralization, smart contracts, etc. So we basically fully utilizing this entire philosophy into our vision with the payments. So whatever you willing to spend your money, you can go and basically spend them, and no one can touch them. So we'll start with a couple notes about the entire payment system and the level of the meme coins and how big the meme coins are nowadays in the payments as well as the on-chain and the different sort of finance with stables, as we already also mentioned. Once again, as I just say, the holders is the product that basically restoring the justice. So you basically can spend on various chains and within the various tokens. We are basically considering mostly the stable coins, of course, for the spending. But it's completely on chain. You can basically also utilizing the entire the chain for your own for the needs. Why we also started to consider meme coins as basically the payment method as well. It's already over 140 billion market cap on the top, excluding even the capitalization of the Ethereum and the Bitcoin, of course. But what do you see across the various blockchains? The meme coins are booming, and sleeping on the meme coins is basically the same as sleeping on the stable coins back in the days. Within the that it basically is a sort of the replacement for the traditional. Banking system, etc. And of course, the entire space is really fast growing, and the utility is rising. We see a lot of different, even the competition, the airdrops, the farming strategies. So it's an entire industry evolving, same as with the meme coins, basically as well. Another thing is basically the traditional on-chain payments with the stable coins surpassed Visa in the global transaction volume in 2024, which is more than 14 trillion processed, and it's basically way cheaper, way faster. There is the true utility for the cross-border payments, as we see nowadays. And governments creating their own stables. So basically the entire industry moving towards the stable coins as a payment method as well. Basically the stable coins nowadays used mostly for payments, even than for the mid trading strategies. Let's talk about the neobanks or the non-custodial neobanks with a rising demand, especially in the various countries and regions. The global neobank market set for massive growth by 2032 to have the almost $3.5 trillion. And also think about the stable coins as a programmable money that you basically can adapt to your business, accept as during the invoicing. So basically, build various scenarios on top of the stable coins. Set up merchants, as you've probably seen. Cool news recently how business trying to adapt for the stable coins as well. regarding the meme coins in general and the strategy that we see, we basically started to to work on the solution. So how can we actually utilize the meme coins as a payment method? We wanted to start with additional token on Ton, which is docs. Basically, you can one tap for deposit docs from your wallet into the spending account that we have on holders, and therefore you basically can spend the tokens on chain. So we're working towards like expanding the tokens list that we have as a payment method. Of course, the DeFi on Ton is booming as well. It's been a bit challenging recently. What we see now is the well-promising the TGBTC wrapped Bitcoin on Ton. It's going to be released really soon, as far as I know, the recent updates. And we are preparing for that moment as well, to be able, not only with the TGBTC, but in general, to be able to do the rewards for the users by utilizing our payment system and providing all the best practices for the crypto user as traditional bankings. So we talk about the additional rewards, loyalty programs, and so on and so on. And one of them, of course, is basically opportunity to generate the yield from your deposit. So after you deposit the smart contracts in the particular tokens or coins, you basically will be able to utilize those rewards programs and participate in the various of the rewards programs as well. So we're talking about the staking, liquid staking, the lending as well, and so on and so on. So yeah, we basically briefly discussed some cool opportunities for the projects as well. We open to hear more, proposals how to integrate and who to integrate inside our payment system. As we're basically the biggest provider on Ton, we're looking forward to release our solution into the various wallets across the Ton ecosystem. Here is my QR. Feel free also to scan to basically to chat, or let's talk later. Definitely, as for the last slide, I would like to show you our product. So you can download, you can use it yourself. Of course, we are fully compliant. As we see, we have the Visa debit card. So basically, this is our first partner. So as I mentioned, we have multiple ones. This is the fully live already. So would be great to see you on the board. I guess that's it. Thank you so much.
I bring to you probably my favourite guest of the day. He really is. It is Victor. No, it is it is Simon from Goat Gaming. And we met in Dubai. We met.
Yeah, Dubai. Yeah.
And I told you about gifts.
You did.
I sent you a gift, didn't I?
You sent actually one of my reports a gift, and I got very jealous. So then I had to buy more. Yeah.
I did. It's the best way of FOMO when you sort of go in And then, yes, you saw the value of all of this stuff.
Yeah, I probably owe you a dinner.
You do owe me.
They did very well.
Yeah, we did very well. Okay, you heard that first. Dinner at there's a beautiful local Italian pizza place called Domino's Pizza.
Oh, it's Domino's.
Yeah, Domino's Pizza. Okay, I'm very excited. You know,
Right.
if you could take me there, they do a really good Hawaiian hot. You know, very excited about that. You have something very exciting to talk about us.
Yeah.
That you've come all the way from sunny Singapore.
Yeah, that's right.
There
It's
we go.
a 20-hour door-to-door journey.
It's a shame. I normally go around the room to sort of say who's come the furthest because we've got New York over there and we've got Berlin. Anyone further than New York or Berlin that's come?
Me.
There we go, Singapore.
Yeah.
I would normally give you a prize, but you've kind of got most of the prizes that I'm going to give. So anyway, give Simon from Go Gaming the greatest applause for the room we can get now. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you. All right, hi everyone. So I'm going to tell you how wonderful collectibles are and how we think about them from the context of game development and building communities. So who am I? So I'm the co-founder at Mighty Bear Games. I've been making games professionally since 2004. So yeah, 21st year now. When I started making games, it was on the PS2 and the Nokia N-Gage. So I've seen a lot. Yeah, Mighty Bear previously collaborated with Apple, so we made a game called Butter Royale, which some of you may have played, which we called the world's biggest food fight. You know, you had a tsunami of butter coming, you hit people with baguettes. It was very popular. We made a game with Disney as well that had 20 different Disney IPs. But in 2021, we went all in on Web3. So personally, I started buying Bitcoin in 2015, and many of our team was also actually fairly crypto native. Go Gaming launched on Telegram last year. Today it's 9 games, 6 million players, and it's had over 100 million on-chain transactions. Go Gaming is an ecosystem of games where players compete and win prizes. So we target what we call the casual DGen audience. Let's see if this works. There we are. So Telegram reminds me of something we've seen before in gaming. Can anybody name any of these games and where you first played them? Where did you first play these games? Sorry? Before that, though, they were on Facebook. And so this is the analogy that I see as someone who's been in the games industry a long time, like the early days of Facebook gaming. So just like Facebook, circa 2008, 2009, there's 1 billion consumers or 1 billion monthly active users on Telegram with little to do and native payment rails built in. Go Gaming was able to scale to 6 million users with minimal spend, which in mobile free-to-play today would be basically impossible. You're spending several dollars per install via traditional mobile free-to-play methods. Back in the early days of Facebook gaming as well, you could scale up to tens or hundreds of millions of users with just like social systems and referral systems, just like you can with Telegram today. And what I thought was really interesting is that Telegram mini apps saw 1.5 billion unique sessions in the first 4 months of this year. If you look at the next biggest ecosystems and the number of active users they had, Solana and BNB, they had less than 2% of that number. So basically 50 times bigger than Solana or Binance. And yeah, so we see Telegram as the next platform to transform gaming distribution because you can reach such a huge scale of users with minimal spend and payment rails are like natively built in. So a lot of talk has been about collectibles all morning, but just a quick recap. So seamless onboarding, you know, you can buy collectibles just with stars natively within the app, transfer sent to a friend. It's a way to show off status to your friends and people that know you. It appears in your profile so everyone can see the collectibles you own. And there's secondary markets for these. So just as was mentioned this morning, some of these collectibles are now selling for upwards of $50,000. Snoop Dogg just jumped into the chat as well. So I don't know if you guys saw this, but he started showing up on Telegram in the last couple of weeks, and he's got his own profile. He's gone big on the collectibles. You can see all around his profile as well. He's got a plush Pepe there. They have a floor price about $10,000 and like a massive collection. He has, you can't really see it very clearly here, but he has about 1.8K gifts. And this is what mass adoption looks like. So the collectibles ecosystem is now worth over $110 million from basically zero at the start of this year. So this has happened in the space of under 6 months. 2nd of June, Telegram briefly surpassed the combined trading volume of all Ethereum NFTs. So people think of Ethereum as the home of NFTs, but actually was flipped the 2nd of June, first time by Ton. Yeah, and it regularly exceeds the combined trading volumes of every other chain in the top 12. So you had everything from 3 down to 12, like Telegram Collectibles is often kind of exceeding that combined volume. Yeah, and last piece of data here is the volume here is 10x any other chain ranked 4th or below. And this is, I think, the most interesting number to me. Like in terms of unique traders, so these are people that are engaging, Telegram is by far the biggest. So just in terms of sheer numbers of people engaging with these collectibles, it's outpacing every other ecosystem. And this is before the US has even come online. So as was mentioned earlier today, like the wallet is not available for US consumers. So once that becomes unlocked later this year, this number gets much bigger. But they're not just assets, they're growth levers. And as a game developer, this is what I think is the most interesting part. So a few weeks ago, I received this DM. A Russian app sent me a teddy bear. The teddy bear can actually be cashed out to stars. So this gift that was sent to me, I can essentially burn it and get about 32 cents worth of money. Which is quite an interesting way to reach out to users. Basically, they were identifying users that had collectibles in their wallet and finding a way to hyper-target them with gifts. I don't know if anyone from this project is here. I will say that Virus is probably not a great name for your game, especially when you're sending people like random DMs. But nonetheless, I checked it out. It's a very interesting kind of roulette wheel where you can win different Telegram collectibles and prizes. And if you look at the top grossing charts, it's actually one of the top performers. But they had a very interesting distribution mechanism where they looked at people with premium or people with collectibles in their wallet and sent them a gift worth 20 or 30 cents, and then these players became onboarded. To reach someone with that kind of spend history in mobile free-to-play, you're looking at like $10, $20 an install. So like this is actually a really, really interesting growth lever for targeting high-value users that are engaged. So how it works. So some projects are sending out very low cost, a few cents collectibles, DM straight to the player. Players see the value, and then if you dangle other carrots and other collectibles and other parts of the ecosystem in front of them, they're willing to work for it. This is really interesting because most Telegram user acquisition campaigns, you pay per click, which is what CPC means, cost per click. Whereas in this instance, developers can kind of flip the mechanism and make users work for the reward. So it becomes cost per action. You get much better, much higher quality engaged users. And it creates a direct, persistent channel of communication to the player. The player then feels a connection to you and a kind of indebtedness because they've received a gift from you as well. Let's see how this works. So we started experimenting with this in Go Gaming. So we ran a raffle where players had a chance to win different Telegram gifts. This was very interesting. So within the first 2 to 3 weeks of it being live, it'd been directly responsible for onboarding hundreds of thousands of players, and tens of thousands had completed all of the conditions to connect to the raffles. Again, going back to mobile free-to-play, each one of these installs would have cost $3 to $5. So basically $500,000 in UA cost would have been by the traditional mobile free-to-play channels, whereas with a few $100s worth of Telegram gifts, you can have that kind of outcome and that kind of engagement. So yeah, also access to collectibles is a really good incentive for players to connect their wallets. And this is really interesting. So we managed to get close to 50% wallet connect rate when we launched this campaign. Players that pay with TON, I won't give you the exact figure because it's somewhat like confidential, but players that pay with TON will spend many multiples of what someone who spends via fiat. So if the same user can pay with credit card and pay with TON, they will spend much, much more via TON. So as developers, you're really incentivized to try and make users connect with TON and use that as a payment method. And collectibles are a really interesting tool for building community and basically replacing traditional performance marketing, so like buying ads. And so we're experimenting with a lot of loops around this and reactivations, and actually we're building a game right now which has the Telegram collectibles at their core. So that's what I'm going to show off. So we have a new game called Grand Theft Pepe. Plush Pepe is the #1 collection within the Telegram ecosystem. This is I'll show you the game in a second. But yeah, it's designed to appeal to the casual degen, and it directly taps into the most high-profile, most highly engaged audiences in the Telegram ecosystem. So this is the Plush Pepe collection, the original one. That's our version where the Pepe crime boss sits in his basement. And this is like a screenshot from the game that's currently in development. It goes live actually around the end of this month. And in the game, you are a Pepe, and Pepe has his rug factory where he makes rugs. And the rugs make money for him to then go out and be able to buy more like collectibles. So we're leaning a lot into like the crypto culture. But beyond cosmetics, so owning the collectibles will be a way for players to unlock progression, rewards, and in-game utility. We want to have mechanics that are gated for specific Telegram communities as well. Because again, it's a really great way to drive engagement and get them to share it with their friends, feel a sense of community. And they essentially enable a new kind of gameplay built around social status and ownership. And I think Telegram is a great distribution edge for this as well. I think the last piece here is that by having these collectibles as goals and having them as something that players can aspire to, and they already know the intrinsic value of, and they value that as kind of social status, it really unlocks a lot that you can do with your marketing channels and engagement channels that you cannot do in Web2 gaming. And so for me, this is why I think Telegram is the most interesting ecosystem to be building in today. But yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Just before you go, can you go back 2 slides? I never normally do this. So you are building, I think this is quite impressive, and I don't think people understand how impressive this is. We've got the plush Pepes. Anyone else own a plush Pepe here? No? We've actually asked who wants to moderate the next one, so you no, plush Pepe, sorry. People with plush Pepes, do they get any utility in this game?
Yeah, they do. They'll get boosts, yeah.
They get boosts.
So that's a way of getting that plush Pepe community engaged with the game and sharing it with their friends.
So this is like the first, I don't want to say first utility of games, but gifts, sorry, should I say.
Yeah.
But first utility of gifts in games. There we go. So obviously if you're on the live stream and you own your plush Pepe, we've now started to get some fun stuff already started. So the date is Thursday, the 5th of June, 11:36 a.m. And this is now shown plush Pepe's what could be done for it. So if the floor goes up, you have this man to thank. Right, give Simon a huge round of applause, the GOAT of GOAT Gaming. Really round of applause there. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for hopefully getting the floor up of plush Pepe's as well with that announcement. Can't wait to play this game. Now, I said to our next MC, I said, you need to troll the members on stage as much as possible. He said, I'm going to go on with a pink t-shirt. I said, no, you need to troll even more. I said, go with the worst L1 you can think of, okay? So he's worn that on his t-shirt just because he knows he can't compete with Ton, okay? So give Jay a huge round of applause. He's going to moderate this well, okay? Enjoy it. Give him a round of applause. That means clap your hands together, and then you're going to MC, and then good luck with it all.
There we go. Oh, there we go. Thanks, guys. Thanks for sticking around. We have an incredible panel up for you guys. We have some serious pedigree joining me on the stage today from the Ton ecosystem and beyond. And I would like to, for everyone to come to the front. There's some spaces up here. Please get yourselves in here as I introduce our next crew. And we've got a little bit of an exciting video to play for you at the start. But before I do that, let me first of all introduce Dennis Callion from the NFT lead from Ton. Come on up. Grab a seat. I also want to introduce Aksenia, please, if you could come up here. Where is she? I think she's getting mic'd up. Also, I'd like to introduce Arthur. Please come up here. And, of course, Alex from the Dogs and Open Builders. Please get yourself up here.
Sounds like they're getting the mics ready.
We're getting the mics together, guys, but perhaps we could actually have that video going. We have a little bit of a nice gift for you, something that was handed from one of the Ton community leads here as well, was just a little video that's been prepared by some of the Ton community around the world. There we go, Xenia. Round of applause for Xenia, guys. And there we go. Also, round of applause for Alex from the Dogs, guys. Woo, woo, woo. Come on, let's get in. So, if we are ready to go, actually, you guys want to sit in your order? Yeah, let's do that. So if you want to jump on the end, just one quick, easy swap. Thank you. All right. How's everyone doing then this morning? How's the first day for everybody here?
Super cool.
Oh, good.
Yeah, good vibes.
Yeah, apologies for the slight delay to kicking off here, guys. There is only a few microphones in each room. Of course, there's several stages here. It's been a jam-packed event so far for NFC. So I want to dive straight into this before we do give you that user-generated video from the community in Ton. But I wanted everyone to first intro themselves. So I'll go to you first, Arthur. Just give us a little bit of an intro, what you're working on, and yeah, please take the floor.
Yeah, thanks for having me. My name is Arthur. I'm a builder. I'm a founder of the Not Found software, and I'm building like the cool stuff related to stickers and gifts on Telegram. And I'm also the partner of the Igloo Club, like is the most well-known stickers club on Telegram.
Hey everybody, I'm Alex, CMO of Dogs and Open Builders. Hopefully you know what these two are doing, but if not, we are the companies behind the sticker store, market, not games, not coin, dogs, and so many more. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, I'm Xenia, and I do marketing and partnerships at GetGems. And GetGems is the biggest, by user base, NFT marketplace on Ton blockchain.
Hello all, I'm Dennis, or Zenith, some of you may know me online. I work as the NFT lead at Ton Foundation, and exciting to see so many different projects and everyone here actually talking about stickers and gifts on Ton and just NFTs in general. Looking forward to it.
Couldn't be more excited myself as well. Just quick intro to myself. I have a go-to-market agency. We support TGEs, so if you're launching tokens, and we've also been launching NFTs over the last 4 years. And of course, NFC is the biggest event on the calendar for us, isn't it? So I'm going to dive straight in. We're going to first talk about some of the gifts on Ton, as we've just finished with Simon's session there. I'll go to you first, Arthur. If you could please just tell us, like, how do you think Telegram gifts are quickly becoming a tool for mass adoption, almost like a sort of window into the wider ecosystem of what people are building?
Well, you know, the Telegram gifts act like is the most coolest web-free adoption tool because they are native to the place where the people spend their time. So the thing is that you don't have to learning like the Telegram seed phrase. You should not know about the Telegram. Sorry.
No, I know. I think I know what you're saying as well. It's a very easy way to engage with.
No blockchain, seed phrases, no transaction. You don't have to know all this Web3 stuff.
Definitely.
All you need to do is you can put just your gifts inside your Telegram profile, and this is it.
Exactly. It's such an easy way to exchange with one another, isn't it? And also, what are your thoughts on, Alex, on the future of the way gifts can actually take the space and for wider adoption, just like Arthur was saying? I mean, really the ease of transaction coming forward with that.
I think, in a way, I think I keep repeating the same thing here, but in a way, we're still quite early here on that one because if you look at the monthly users of Telegram, how many of them actually own gifts? So in terms of actual adoption, I think we still have some work to do. However, I think gifts, in a way, are a very easy tool to indeed onboard them because A, it's natively integrated into Telegram. B, they have natural appeal in terms of how they look and obviously the value that they store, how they appreciate and value over time. And, you know, in terms of these kind of, I think a lot of what Telegram does with gifts actually, you know, clicks very well with what we've been doing with Notco and Dogs, like onboarding the mass users onto the blockchain should be in a seamless way, in a very easy, normie-friendly way. And I think gifts are doing that just perfectly.
I couldn't agree more. And you know, taking a little bit of a step back as we pass it around to Xenia, is that I think that what NFTs really did for the space, for me anyway, especially when they first started coming around in more popularity in 2021, was that they really drove adoption. And when you look at the numbers, they actually, during the NFT boom, I still remember being here actually that year, there was 30% new wallets brought into the space. With the recent meme mania push on Solana, only 5% new wallets have actually come into the space. So if you actually look at what NFTs have the potential for adoption moving forward, so that's going to be my next question to you, Xenia. How do you think Ton as an ecosystem will benefit from this sort of rise in these gifts and NFTs to really drive the space forward further?
Well, it's already benefiting, right? Like there is so much hype, and then we're here having a ton of people day. Yeah. Never happened before, right? Yeah. I've been here for years, and this is like the most Ton-oriented NFC ever. I think also gifts bring like a huge social element that is super native, that people can just send it to friends inside Telegram, and then people understand that there is a value behind that gift, and they are more inclined to learn things about Web3, go on Ton blockchain and figure out like, okay, well now I actually can flip it, or I can use it as an asset to access exclusive groups. Yeah. So there is a lot of, I think the social part of gifts, on top of the fact that they're super cool and fun and very appealing, social part is the natural element, how community spreads the word and how people are coming into Web3.
Definitely. So in many ways, it's almost like a stepping stone for people that haven't been involved in the space before to kind of get that first
and it's intuitively and easily. Yeah.
And Dennis, I mean, put it this way, we have the man himself. So how have you seen the rise in projects coming, building with NFTs on the Ton ecosystem, and where do you, maybe just some alpha that you've received over your time, and maybe some projects. I'm not going to ask you to recommend any projects because obviously we can't do that. But how much have you seen the space change, since your tenure there?
Well, firstly, I just quickly want to go back to the first question, only because you brought up numbers.
Yes.
That's what I like.
Okay, let's do it.
So what you mentioned before was that 30% of the wallets were brought in new because of NFTs.
Yeah.
Gifts came out at the start of the year, January 3rd, 2025. Since then, we've had about 172,000 new wallets.
Wow.
Not new, sorry. Wallets connected to gifts. Yeah. However, 0.2% of those wallets are created this year. Okay. Of course, people can create multiple wallets, but it also shows that there is an uptake of new people, whether they're from Web 2 or Web 3, who have created Ton wallets just to basically collect and trade these gifts. Yeah. I guess more on top of that, every single time that a new collection is released, they usually, they telegram Pavel when they release it. They do it on the celebration day, Mother's Day, Valentine's Day, Easter. The whole point of there is that they are gifts. You're meant to gift them to someone. You're meant to gift them to your family, to your friends, to anyone that that you want to gift them to, of course, to yourself as well. And when you gift it to somebody new, they don't have to in Web3 because they look good. They are cute. They're funny. People like them. And that's just one way to drive they're going to wear it in their profiles, and one day they're going to find out that it has value. And one day somebody's going to upgrade a gift, and it's going to get a gift that's worth 100 ton, 500 ton, and they're going to go, wait a second, you just sent this to me, and it's worth a couple of $100. How do I sell this? What do I do with it? As soon as that interest starts to come in, that's how the onboarding works. There is not a single mention of NFTs around Telegram gifts, and I think that's a really good thing for the Web 2 space. And when they start trading them, clearly it's been working. They really like what's coming for it. Now, back to your question about any interesting games or anything, any interesting projects around with utility that we've seen. There have been some. It's slow coming up, I would say. It's because people still, in my opinion, haven't realized the true potential of building out projects and giving extra utility to whether it's gifts, whether it's other NFTs on Ton, within Telegram mini apps. We saw earlier, Simon from Goat Gaming came up and they were creating specifically a Plush Pepe-based game. If you do something like this, you market it down the right channels, down the right communities where there are people who are looking at gifts. Those communities have an amazing engagement rate. They will most likely be going over just to try the game, just because there is a mention to it of gifts in there. They will be very supportive. And recently, I think on Battleground, they also included something in their game when it comes to Durov Scaps and some other things. So there's been some really cool ones that have been providing really good utility.
Thank you so much for diving into there with so much detail. And I think I couldn't agree more. And you mentioned something I want to bring up now for the next question I'm going to hand over. Is how big an important part do you think mini apps are in driving these gifts? Because at the end of the day, it's done very differently to the NFT industry in other chains, because it's more about the IP, the release of that artwork. But I feel like the mini apps themselves and the enjoyment that people get from the games is driving that kind of virality of those gifts and those ecosystems. So how important do you think it is, like the whole package within Ton of having the games, having the mini apps, and of course we're going to move into stickers and the other aspects of that. So maybe yourself, Arthur, maybe something that you've noticed that's sort of driving that through these mini apps. Also, feel free to mention some projects. No shilling, but feel free to mention a few if you'd like.
Yeah, regarding the NFT collections, for those who know the ropes, I would say that there are actually some super expensive collections on Telegram, such as the Plush Pepe, the Precious Peaches, the Durov Scaps. They are already super expensive and made a lot of access. But the thing is that I would say people still can buy it if you just take a look at the ratios between the. So if you take the ratio of every collection, like the minted supply divided by total supply multiplied by the current price, you will get the ratio, and you will find out that some collections are undervalued or overvalued, and it would be perfect to buy some of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. I really like that. And like you did mention quite a few there. So we're gonna pass over to Alex now. I mean, how important do you, just going back to the first part of the question is, do you think that these mini apps are in driving the growth of gifts and stickers and the rest of the ecosystem forward?
I think I can definitely speak on behalf of stickers here better than gifts, because gifts are a separate beast altogether. And the thing is, I mean, in terms of introducing the new people to the paid NFT stickers, the mini app is the best way to do that. There's just no way around that. And because how natively Telegram is integrated with the mini apps, how easy it is to build and use the mini apps, this kind of conversion from, oh, I heard it somewhere, to, oh, I want to buy it and I bought it tonight. I think this conversion path is so much quicker just because of how easy it is to build and use mini apps on Telegram. And I think that's what kind of drove the viral adoption with the early days of Notcoin, with dogs as well. And we've seen that with stickers, when nowhere else would we see collections of stickers being sold out in 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. And that happens time and time again, with high price point, with low price point, with medium price point. And there is no way around for us, so we will keep building mini apps, both that onboard people through assets such as stickers, but also there is a new kind of kid on the block called Not Games, where it's the gaming items that take place. They also will be collectible, they also will be tradable, but it's a slightly different approach to the gifts and stickers we've seen already. But I think, in a nutshell, the mini apps are there to stay, and they're driving this mass adoption, and will in the nearest future. Yeah, definitely. And Xenia, do you want to add anything to that, or even Dennis, about just how mini apps?
Yeah, I have a couple words.
I got a lot.
I think it's kind of like, it's a stupid word, but it's a right word. It's a synergy. So the games will drive adoption of NFTs, and NFTs would add a layer to the gaming. Yeah. And with Telegram making it so easy, those two to be together, it's groundbreaking. And now we see also through stickers that there is some amazing IPs that came to Ton and Telegram already. They're exploring the idea with gaming. I will not drop the names because I'm not sure if I can. But there is something cool brewing up, and super high-end, super high quality with NFTs on their side. And I think there's like a new era is brewing on the horizon for Ton and Telegram NFTs.
Yeah, I think I would just like to echo that a little bit, because, look, I'm from the same time period, well, as yourself when it comes to NFTs. I entered the space for NFTs around 21 as well, and 22. That was probably some of the best times in crypto, especially in the NFT space. Definitely. And at that time, so many different collections were focusing a lot on utility, how to provide utility for their holders and for everything. And of course, the ones who really did stick around are the ones who focused on brand and IP. But I think brand and IP is definitely one part of it. The other part is the utility. Why it was so difficult to find the utility for those collections is because the utility was being created on different platforms, which means that most of the people who wanted to use the utility had to go to different platforms, different places, use different wallets, interact, use many different things, and by that time, people lost interest. Now, with Ton and Telegram and mini apps, it's probably one of the best ways to provide utility for your NFT collection if you want to build. And this is why, as mentioned by Xenia, some big IPs are coming over to Ton and starting to build. They're testing this. They're creating games. They're creating other mini apps to provide extra benefits for their holders and for their NFT collections. For me, it just makes so much sense for a blockchain that is connected to a social media platform or social messaging platform to have an NFT narrative on it, because it's just one of the easiest ways to give utility to your collection.
You know what, I just love all those answers, and I think it's perfect segue into what we're going to talk about next. I mean, irrelevant of the IP and the brands themselves, what I wanted to actually come into is how we're now in this modern day actually looking at the way that NFTs and crypto are kind of working in unison. And I don't think any of us imagined this actually happening in the way that it's done and that it's happened. You know, I'm looking at, for example, the Pudgy Penguins launch. You know, there's so many great projects that actually managed to leverage their NFT artwork, their community, the IP around the brand, and launch their tokens in a very successful way. And how important do you think that is going to actually be as a factor for the space, not just for Ton, but for the wider NFT and crypto space moving forward? If you want to jump in first, Arthur, or you can let someone else jump in first. There you go, Alex, go.
Sure. Yeah, indeed. Honestly, I myself was very excited about the fact that Pudgy's joined the whole Telegram bonanza. Because if you think about it, they were not a Telegram native IP who all of a sudden opened their channel, started building other things on Telegram, and they have built quite a sizable community by now, of which we see a representative just here. Now, I think we will see that time and time again. I think Doodles, to a degree, did a similar thing where they also opened their own channel on Telegram, and they started, approaching both existing fans. Don't get me wrong, I'm pretty sure they had loads of existing fans, but also building new communities within Telegram. And I think I'm especially excited to see these kind of non-Telegram native or even, kind of these communities coming from the background where we would never expect them to port well onto Telegram. So I think in a nutshell, I am personally a huge believer that these projects, that they don't come just for a drop of stickers and just leave. I'm pretty solid that they will keep on building, their games, some of them. Others, they're just purely their communities to interact with. And very, very bullish on all of the large, old school collectible, NFT collections that are maybe trying to reinvent themselves in a way. And I hope Telegram is only, the way to help them go further.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, we're actually just waiting for the integration for the tokenized stickers from the Telegram side. And we could have seen like a sneak peek from the latest Notcoin collection on the sticker packs. Yeah. It was quite so there was a sticker where CJ just walking around, and we could see that it was like NFT sticker inside the messenger.
Now, while I just chime in, it's not just like a huge existing IPs that like have potential on Ton. We have a bunch of projects which have been like they didn't exist a couple of years ago. They started building like starting from the collection and then grown up into like animation and a team like Telegram mini app games and communities pumping, like one of my favorite ones. And we do experiment with them a lot because we are very good at technical experiments and viral mechanics at GetGems, but also we love collaborating who has a great idea for a persona or like a game or something. And one of my favorite ones is Lost Dogs, and they did a lot of cool stuff from mergeable NFTs where you breed dogs, them turning into gaming assets and like animated series. Super fun stuff. And my point was it's not only for huge established names, it's also huge potential to grow a brand new name by utilizing what Telegram and Ton has to offer.
And Dennis, I'll let you have some final comments before we open up to a question from the floor. So if anyone has a question they want to ask us, we might have time right at the end.
In terms of, I think originally from the question, did you also want to talk about the Pengu coin as well and how that's worked out?
Well, more in a generally speaking manner, how a lot of these big NFT brands have come over, even from sort of Basie exploring in, there's just so many, every big, Flappy Birds as an example is another one. Just how you feel like, Ton is allowing these IPs to come in and actually really benefit from the open network.
I guess it all goes back down to being connected to Telegram in a way, social media platform, direct messages, as well as the Telegram mini apps. As Ksenia's mentioned about Lost Dogs as well, they've done extremely well. Launched a collection, launched mini apps. They've done so much testing, so many different things to build up their community. And this is just another thing that a lot of other big IPs that are coming over are trying to do. Because yes, making a game is fun also, but maybe you want to create some other utility for your community members. Maybe you want to make a shop, right? Most NFT collections like to have merchandise, right? Imagine having a Telegram mini app shop right within your community. The community just has to click one time, they're already in the shop and they're already purchasing your merchandise. Maybe you want to do something else. Maybe you want to create a streaming platform like they did with Abstract. You could do the exact same thing. basically anything you put your mind to, any type of utility you want to give to your collection, or just anything you want to build that will help you build out your collection's brand and your IP by capturing it within different narratives of the Web 2 world and mixing it in together with the Web 3 world. That is probably one of the best ways to do it through Ton and Telegram.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and I think that's what really allows, I think I sort of iterated it at the start, was that Telegram, Ton really is kind of like a window into a wider ecosystem. So all of the successful brands within the NFT space are really looking at Ton and Telegram as another opportunity to really drive further adoption, further growth of their NFT brands, and of course their communities. Because let's really talk about that. Community is such at the core of what we do as a brand, and how important do you think that community aspect that Telegram and Ton offers is really supporting this kind of mass movement that's going on currently? Feel free to jump in, Arthur. I feel bad sorry for you're sitting next to me, so you're always going first.
Okay, yeah, that was the question I was
waiting for.
I wanted to ask Alex, because I just wanted to.
Yeah, it's a good one to jump. Alex, you're straight in there.
When we talk about community here, I keep on, I don't know why he's being so modest, because the thing is, I think what drives, for me, what gets me passionate about the stickers is the communities that form organically around each individual collections, or there are also some communities that form around the collectors who have more than a certain number of packs. So in these communities, they don't get me wrong, we did nothing to launch that. It was all organic. We maybe should have done more, but we acknowledge them. We love that they exist, but we don't intervene. We want them to succeed, but we don't want to intervene. We don't want to, post some rules onto them, but rather we support what we can. But otherwise, they exist as separate entities, each and every one of them, and they start building their own shops. They start building their own merchandise. They start meeting up in real life. They come to visit us in Dubai, for God's sake. So it's absolutely mind-blowing how, in a matter of months, from nothing, there are hundreds of people in these communities. They build bots that, check whether you have a certain sticker pack or not, so you can get invited into this group. And the way it all works organically without any kind of, oversight from the top is absolutely mind-blowing. And I think it will only, with the growth of further collections and with it becoming more and more mainstream, the community aspect of it will become the main thing. It is of itself a utility, because you will never meet these like-minded people anywhere else unless you are somehow end up in the same group as them. So it's absolutely mind-blowing to me.
Yeah, I totally agree. It is mind-blowing, and I don't think if there's some physics behind it, but somehow those communities are being born, and they lead a huge new wave of, but also for us as projects, an inspiration. They come up with the ideas and we're like, oh my God, this is really, really cool. And you tell us that it's really needed in the market, and we start building for that. Yeah. And this is just a whole cycle of community feeding us with the ideas, and we're delivering the product, and then from that something really cool and already in demand being born. So, for us, it's a great source of.
Well, communities have always been a part of crypto and always will be a part of crypto. And I'll be honest with you, I may be a little bit biased, but some of the best communities are NFT communities. And we've seen it form. You've mentioned, Alex clearly said, and I've seen this, I can confirm, communities that just come out of nowhere based upon sticker packs that have been launched. Nobody told them to, let's all get together. They did it by themselves, and they are running some of the best communities, the most active communities right now, I would say, within the NFT space on Ton, just around stickers. And the same thing has happened with gifts. Gifts are released just by Telegram, and each separate collection, especially the ones that really have been getting up in price, have all started forming communities around there. There are other communities that are formed by the amount of price you have in gifts and in NFTs. There are other NFTs, like Lost Dogs have their communities. Telegram is one of the best places to have and host a community, especially in NFT community. So to have that, connected straight to Ton, I think is one of the most powerful things.
I think you have 4 people sitting next to you that agree with you, so we're going to give you that one. And we do have, I've just been informed we have 2 minutes left, so I am going to open up to the floor. I always like to make sure that people have a chance to ask their question if they would like. Does anybody in the audience have a question they would like to ask us? No? Oh yes, we do. Let me take the microphone down to him. Go. Thank you.
Hi. I guess this is directed at you all. Where do you see the sort of NFT community going on Ton? And like, is it very similar to that of other ecosystems?
What do you mean by going? As in like
Trend.
growth? Oh.
To the moon. To the moon.
Well, you see, that's the thing. I think it can follow in so many different paths depending on which narrative they want to go down on, right? I think the community as a whole for NFTs will keep on growing because there are so many different native Telegram and Ton NFT narratives within each. So Telegram usernames are NFTs on Ton. Anonymous numbers that you literally own within your own Telegram are NFTs. We have gifts, we have stickers, we have PFP collections. All of those communities have already started to form, and some are already formed, and they're just growing bigger. That, of course, encapsulates it as one whole big community, and that's going to keep on growing. Those different narratives are also going to start interacting with one another. The communities from each narrative are going to start shifting over and moving from one another because maybe they've settled themselves in one narrative, now they want to explore another one. Honestly, I think the growth there can be quite exponential, and when everyone else really does start finding out what's going on, on Ton and Telegram, and with so many different narratives to go down and explore, it's just exciting, and I think a lot more people are really going to come along and enjoy.
Thank you for the question. Is there any other comments from you guys? I think that's just us out of time, but I just want to have a massive round of applause for you guys, for our speakers on the panel today, guys. Thank you. Can we get a photo? Now we do have a little video we're going to play, but before that, I would like to get a photo of us up here. Standing. Jump in. Oh, if I can get us in, there we go. I'll share this with you guys after. Now we do have a ton of people. This is a little bit of content that was made by the Ton community. It's a minute long. Please enjoy. I'm not sure if the guy who sent it to me is even in the building anymore, but please. Oh yes. Hey.
Thank you.
Please check this out, and if you know it, sing along, guys. Just see, bro. You good, yeah? Have you seen it?
Ton of people gathered along, all together, untold, from everywhere, with every word, shout out loud with untold. We united, sang together, the melody of
good morning for everyone who is here. My name is Dima, and today I will present the new chapter of our application. It's called Fiverr. Basically, we aim to become the new neobank directly integrated into the Telegram. So, for those who doesn't know, what is Fiverr today? Officially, eventually we will born from Athena Hackathon as the first yield tokenization protocol on Ton. It's like Athena or Pendle, just integrated with Ton and Telegram. So we have some already numbers, but as we find during sessions with our users, even for experienced DJs, it's quite complicated flow to choose the strategy, to understand the risks, and so on. So, how we could even think about mass adoption and to bring in Web2 users into that much complicated flow? We thought like we don't need to teach users how to use DeFi. Probably we could get rid of that need. So we introduced our new application. We call it Savings App. Everyone welcome to try the prototype in Figma. So you could leave a comment if you want, so we will be happy to. Basically, we remain the same application, just we split the application for two audiences. Think like there's an audience for YouTube and for YouTube Kids. The same like on Binance, you have a simple mode and complicated mode, okay? So we introduced the simple mode, simple DeFi, the same power of self-custody, of high yields, but hiding all the complexity. Still, all the DeFi mode will remain the same. Under the link for experienced users, they could still use the previous version of our application. So, what is our vision and why we choose Telegram? Telegram has these ambitions about to become the next super app competing with WeChat, which is, by the way, a great application. Right now they have financial services to buy tickets, to buy street food or whatever, directly integrated in the messenger. And we believe Telegram could go in further to make it decentralized. But obviously we have some limitations with user understanding. So we want to remain with all the features, all benefits of DeFi, like self-custody and high yields and fast transactions and so on, but to integrate it, to wrap it into the flow and interface users already understand. And we thought, so our hypothesis that this interface is neobank, like Revolut or something else. The bigger picture of our journey. Right now we finished the phase 1, so we won the hackathon on Athena and Ton Foundation. Our contracts are already audited by Trail of Beats. We have 1 million TVL and 5K users with different strategies on the yield earning. So right now, I introduced in the next phase, where we now is to onboard Web2 users through the simple just deposit and earn interface. There's no DeFi jargon like slippage, gas, chain. We get rid of all of that, even like add liquidity we replace with deposit. And so we try to be as simple as possible, one simple action per screen. So it will be ready by end of this month. The end of the year, we have plans to integrate payments. So users not only could earn money, so they could spend what they earned. probably we will have partnerships with MoonPay or Alchemy or any others to bring more utility to our application. But I want to close the full banking experience with its core trinity called deposit, borrow, and pay. So end of 26, early 27, we will have complete banking experience powered by DeFi, but just hiding the wires, hiding the complexity under the simple interface users already understand. And bring this ability to already existed 1 billion Telegram users. So to wrap it up, we will have self-custody, high yields, fast transactions. Still, it will be as easy as using Revolut, and it will be as a Telegram mini app. So directly, all users by default will have ability to have it without download. We were inspired by this approach from the scene from Matrix, where Neo asks Morpheus if he can dodge the bullets, where Morpheus answers, like, when you will be ready, you don't have to. And that's what we're trying to bring. We don't need to teach users how to use DeFi. We need to get rid of that need. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rostislav,
and I'm representing TonKeeper team. TonKeeper is one of the biggest non-custodial wallets in crypto ever. At this moment, number of our users exceeding 75 million for last 12 months. And we every day colliding with different audience, with newbies, with experienced power users in crypto. And also, we colliding and working in everyday manner with professionals. With you, founders, developers, and crypto professionals working with crypto, like with assets, investments, or like with projects which you are trying to ignite and evolve in different directions. And if you want to operate with your crypto, especially on Ton blockchain and also on the other blockchains, I will mention this in the end of my speech, your choice is TonKeeper Pro, TonKeeper for Professionals. TonKeeper for Professionals is one of the most popular professional wallets on Ton. It's separate from TonKeeper because when we are talking about TonKeeper like an app, it's the most popular mobile app on Ton. And TonKeeper for Professionals is a separate product which presented for different platforms, especially for desktop and already presented for your iPhone. And you can find TonKeeper Pro on your App Store. But biggest part of functions, mostly versatile and covering different use cases on the Ton blockchain, presented in TonKeeper Pro for desktop. So feel free to visit tonkeeper.com website and download TonKeeper Pro. When we're talking about features of TonKeeper Pro, it's usable for different purposes. If you're operating with a lot of different assets, with different use cases, you're colliding with a case when you need to operate with accounts. For instance, one account is for treasuries, one account for everyday purchase, and other accounts to collect some tokens to share with your audience. And in this case, TonKeeper Pro provides this function, but also this accessible on the common TonKeeper and also on TonKeeper Pro for iPhone. It's multi-account and it's a very usable feature because in one app you can connect different wallet addresses and you can operate with different NFTs, tokens, and Toncoin itself. And next TonKeeper Pro feature is multi-transaction sending. When we're working with big audience, we're providing different activation scenarios for our audience to empower retention and engagement of our users. It can be contests, and after contests, we need to send some rewards, or it can be case when we are paying for all our team of the like 30 or 40 or 50 people salary in crypto. This case is legal and is used in different countries. For instance, in the United Kingdom, you can pay in crypto, and in some other countries. And in this case, every month you have big pain when you need to send every time transaction by transaction and check all these fields, and you can spend a lot of time on this. But TonKeeper Pro solves this problem in a very beautiful manner. You can add all the wallet addresses. You can see them in the first column. And also you can add amounts and tickers or addresses of tokens which you want to send. In first column you can observe addresses of the destinations of these operations. And you can download this SV file on your TonKeeper Pro. At this moment, it works only on the laptop, so feel free to test this on your iPad or other laptop. And you can send in one click all these transactions. It's very helpful if you are trying to minimize your time costs and make very fast work and managing of different crypto assets on your wallet. So it's a very popular feature at this moment. Feel free to use it, and especially it's useful for marketing managers and for different community activities. And next feature, especially for founders, when you're trying to
set up your cooperation with your founders on the startup based on the DAO system, or in the different distribution of your assets, or different distribution of your sharing of the holding in company, you need multi-signature. Or in the case if you have big assets and if you want to diversify your security approach, you can use like 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 Ton wallets and put these wallets in different places, or put these seed phrases in different places to minimize probability of leak of your data. You can use multi-signature. It's extremely popular. It's accessible also on the Tonkeeper Pro for laptops and also already on your iPhone. It's very usable because you can create proposal, you can sign it, and you can observe number of connected multi-signatures smart contracts on your address. It's very useful for founders, investors, and also for big whales trying to minimize risk for their assets. And next feature, very usable, I think, for every user like trader, investor, or founder, it's analytics. Because when we operating every day, when we're working, for instance, with different numbers of users or our friends or teammates, we need to observe different transaction data. You also can have access to this analytics in Tonkeeper Pro, and it's very usable. And next big feature is the battery. Battery at this moment, it's one of the most popular features in crypto ever. Because battery was implemented almost 1 year ago in Tonkeeper Mobile. And at this moment, it was adopted by more than 2.5 million users. Battery is really easy and fast to fast adoption, simplifier for newbies in crypto and also for professionals, because battery allows to operate with your tokens, like tokens based on the Ton blockchain, and also at this moment it's implemented for USDT, Tron USDT TRX. If you don't want to buy Ton coin to send your USDT on Ton, or if you don't want to spend your time replenishing your balance of TRX, if you want to send USDT to TRX, it's most popular pain point for everyday usage of crypto from data of our service, and we can solve this problem. You can solve this problem very easy with Tonkeeper Pro in laptop or in Tonkeeper in mobile version. But battery allows to pay for transaction fee, and it can be replenished with Toncoin or in iPhone with and Android, especially with in-app purchases. It's very useful, and adoption of battery is extremely high. And I hope soon we will exceed number of 10 million of active users of battery, because this is tool minimizing churn rate in all the ecosystem and empowering adoption for different categories of users. And you also can immediately download Tonkeeper and install your battery, set up your replenish your battery, and start operate with different tokens if you don't have Ton yet. So thanks for your attention, and if you want to cooperate with us, if you have some proposals or business inquiries, feel free to message me in Telegram. I'm happy to see everyone, and what it's important, what we don't only providing most popular retail solutions on Ton, like Tonkeeper, TonViewer, and also Tonkeeper Pro, but also we're providing infrastructure. If you want to implement your project based on Ton blockchain without big time and financial costs, you can message me and I can send you some examples how you can implement in your product Ton API, one of the most popular infrastructure solutions on Ton. Because when I mentioned Tonkeeper Pro, I thought that Tonkeeper Pro, it's your helper which can minimize your costs. In the same manner works Ton API for your project, and if you want to launch your own project on Ton, and if you don't know how to develop on Ton, you can, in a few days, start MVP with Ton API, because Ton API allows to implement Ton projects and interact with Ton blockchain without of knowledge with deep obfuscated blockchain code. It can be implemented only if you know HTTP protocol. And feel free to message me, and thanks everyone. Happy to see you here.
Hello, everyone. Hey, guys. quick question to my audience. Who of you know what is Telegram mini app? Cool, I see 5 people here, great. So my name is Vadim, I'm founder of AdScrum. Who we are? We are the biggest ad network in Telegram mini apps. We have lots of traffic and from Telegram ecosystem. And I wanted to make something useful for you today. So I prepared a research over the data of what is the audience behind Telegram mini apps. What is the split by geo? What's the split by language? Because it's crucial data for your marketing strategies if you're doing something in Telegram. Yeah, so we did the research over the 800 applications which we are working with. So basically, the quick background about us. So about 1.5 years ago, I realized that there's a big problem in Telegram ecosystem. It's very hard to earn money if you have a Telegram mini app. And like you have to sell traffic manually. And as I was working before in big ad tech company called Yandex, I decided to do some solution for Telegram mini apps which will help to monetize the traffic. It works very simple. There's a game which has lots of traffic, and the game integrates the SDK and gets paid for every ad show. And on the other side, there are lots of projects which need to get the traffic. So, and we're in the middle. We have auction-based engine which allows to do the targeting and to receive, allow the projects to receive targeted traffic. Basically, it works the same as Google Ads. So, why I think I can give some information about the traffic is that we have around 40 million ad shows per day. And every second I'm talking, there's like 200 ad auctions running, and several tens of ads are shown every second. So we have lots of information, and I wanted to make something useful to you. Well, what is the language split in Telegram mini apps? You can see that on the first place there's Russian language with about 35%. On the second there's it's English on the first place and Russian on the second place. Then very popular language is Farsi, probably because Telegram is very popular in Iran and other Arabic countries. And then goes Ukraine, Indonesia, and Vietnam and Turkish languages. What is unique about Telegram mini apps is that you can understand the IP address of the user. And we recently bought a database to remove the VPN users, and we can see more or less clear picture over where are Telegram mini apps users. We can see that the Russia is like on the first place with about like 1/5. On the second place there's Nigeria with about 12%. The Telegram mini apps became very popular in Nigeria for some reason. Then goes Ukraine, India, and the long tail of other countries of the developing world. What's important here is that there's almost no tier 1 countries. On the one hand, this is bad for gaming because the CPMs are low. On the other hand, it's much easier to operate in these countries from the legal perspective. So you can you don't have as many legal risks as you would have if you're operating in, let's say, USA. The platform usage, about 80% is Android. Before, I was giving this speech half a year ago in November, and it was like 90% on Android. So right now, the audience is shifting a little bit to iOS, which is good because usually users from iOS have higher purchasing power. And about 7% of the audience is Telegram Premium. And this is, there's also a positive dynamic in this figure, because half a year ago it was only 5% for Telegram Premium users. So slowly we see a tendency that the number of bots and they go away from the ecosystem, and high quality users join there's bigger proportion of them. If we see at the top languages in the most popular countries, we see that there's almost no surprises. Like in Russia, there's like 99% speaks Russian. In Nigeria, almost everyone, well, everyone, and India, almost everyone speaks English. There's like no surprise here. But this slide is much more useful because previously it was possible only to buy language with traffic with language targeting, and you had like no idea. If you're buying a user with English locale, where's the user comes from? And now you can see that like there's 1/3 of English users coming from Nigeria, then 1/5 from India, Bangladesh, Pakistan. And if you're buying with Russian language, it's like almost 60% from Russia, which is good because Russian users have relatively high purchasing power. Then goes Ukraine, Belarus, and other ex-CIS countries. And Persian language is one of the most popular, as a majority of users coming from Iran. Interesting split where the users with Telegram Premium are coming from. Either in terms of language, 60% of users are from using Russian language, and then less than 20% is English, and about 60% of all premium users are coming from Russia or Ukraine. And then goes Nigeria. I think it's just Nigeria is a very crypto-native country, and the messenger got big there. Talking about non-premium users, the picture is kind of a more or less, it mirrors the picture of all users because the non-premium users are, 93% of all audience. Here are some benchmarks over the average CTR and the CPMs over the different countries. So the highest CTR are in Nigeria and India and Bangladesh. And I was thinking why this is happening, and then I realized that people in these countries, they are more open to engaging in some kind of offers and airdrops, which you often can see in the ads, and that's why the users they're more active. And in terms of CPM, the highest CPM are strangely in Telegram in-app, strangely in India, in Russia, and in Turkey. Well, Indonesia also have relatively high CPM. I don't know why, maybe because it's, lots of companies are trying to enter into this market. So, a couple words about how which kind of ads do we have, just for you to better understand the whole picture. So, the most popular ad type in Telegram mini apps, which we have, is just a banner ads. It's a full screen banner. It gives the highest CTR and it's cheapest to produce. So lots of engagement we see with these kind of ads. On the second step, this is just classical video ads, which is not having as high CTR as banner ads, but it explains better the core of the product. And there's a super popular ad format in the Telegram ecosystem. It's called tasks, and basically it's motivated traffic, so you can get really big number of clicks leading to your channel or to your Telegram mini app or to your website. But the quality of these clicks is lower compared to video ads. And recently we launched a new product. So this is automated posts in other Telegram channels. So in case you have a Telegram channel, we can help you to monetize it as well. So right now we're not monetizing only Telegram mini apps, but Telegram channels. It works very simple. So it's kind of an automated posts in other channels. You pick a topic in which channels you'd like to place your ad. And so this is a good traffic source for acquiring new users, not only from Telegram mini apps, but from other, segments of the internet. And the regular bots is a kind of a text ads, which is also, there are lots of bots which are not Telegram mini apps, but which are existing there for, I don't know, many years, like gift search or dating applications or some wallets. And many of them, they sell traffic. And right now, you can access this audience through AdScrum as well, because we did the SDK, which allows you to engage with this traffic. So, I'd like to finish my speech today with a case study of this new ad format. So here you can see the case details. There was a guy who bought around 30,000 subscribers to his channel in a crypto topic, and the price per subscriber was 60 cents. This is not super cheap, but that was engaged audience, and they did lots of purchases in that was kind of a signals channel where you buy audience and then you warm up the audience and then you engage the users to join the private channel. So and they used the new product with automated posts in other channels. So guys, thank you so much for your attention. I'd be happy to answer your questions in case you have any, and yeah, go ahead. Yeah, of course. That's a great question. I live now in Barcelona, so it's an interesting question for me as well. So what's about LATAM? What's about Spanish-speaking users? Strangely speaking, right now, the adoption of Telegram mini apps and Telegram in Spanish world is just at the beginning. So there was a big expectation from the Ton ecosystem and from the Telegram that there will be lots of users from LATAM. But it seems that it's not happening right now. So maybe it's just starting now, but we just don't see users from LATAM on our radars, and this means that there's like not has happened yet. But I expect this to happen because the Telegram is kind of growing really fast in developing countries, and it's about how the social graph, social technologies distribute. So it will happen rapidly once it gets popular in one or another country, but still the penetration of Telegram in Spanish-speaking world is not as great as you may expect. Thank you for your question. Yeah, guys, so in case you found this interesting, please catch me and I will send you this report, and have a great day.
Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be with you today. Let me see if that works. Next. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I am Julian Paredes, aka MetaFroggy, for the one that would like to follow me on Twitter. So I am the new Ton Europe Hub Lead. So I will explain, what we are working on and how also you can join me into this new journey. So I don't know if you are familiar with Telegram and Ton, but I will explain some key numbers also with you. So the concept is like, super app, but in Europe it's kind of new, but in Asia you have a lot, and WeChat is leading the way. So this concept, we need a lot to educate people, but here you can see some good numbers from last year. So more than 350 teams are actually building on Ton, and every day is growing. We have more than 100 teams that have participated into our major incentive program called the Open League last year. And so we distribute also a huge amount of support. And here, obviously, last year, I think you are all familiar, with all the tap to earn, Notcoin, Hamster Combat, and so on. But now we are also growing from that. Many DeFi, because DeFi will have crypto, won't be crypto. And you have also payments, and it's the fastest growth of USDT supply. So what's next? And I think that's what you will be interested in. So basically, we are going to work on 5 verticals. laser focus on that. So GameFi, it can be a simple game, it can be a casual game, but now, I know that you have huge brains, and what we call, at least for me, what I call GameFi, it's the intersection between gaming and DeFi. So how you can make it seamless, and you have a really good application. One that also is doing really great is called To The Moo, and they are really building great products without you play and you don't know that you are using DeFi. Telegram in-app economy, so everything about stickers, gifts, usernames, all this kind of stuff. And here you have also Alex, the CMO of the sticker also market. So if you want to dig a little bit more about that, he's your guy. Then not only DeFi, but what we call simplified DeFi. Because I'm in crypto for too long, and even for me, sometimes it's really difficult to understand the APY, the yield, everything. So when you are living into one phone, you need one-click solution. Let's say I have $100. Okay, maybe I have also AI agent in that DeFi application where I can earn the most with just my $100. Click, okay, boom, relax. That's the kind of thing that we call simplified DeFi. Then you have payments, obviously, e-commerce, cashback. You can buy some food, Uber, whatever you want. And the good news is that the new CEO of Ton was the co-founder of MoonPay. So you can expect a lot of great stuff also coming on that side. And obviously AI, it's only the beginning, but I will show you some products. But AI, you can combine basically everything here. You can have a game using, DeFi and having also AI agent that could be your non-playable character, NPC, to tell stories and things like that. So that's the kind of thing that we are working this year on. Then here I wanted also to show you, because sometimes it's difficult to understand what is DeFi, what is GameFi or whatever. So here, as I was mentioning, just so on your left, you have this game called City Holder. So as you can see, it's not a classic tap to earn, right? So you can build really hardcore stuff. And in the conference room also, you have a project called Ton Battleground, and it's like a Counter-Strike. So everything is in 3D, so it's no more, classic tap to earn, so we are evolving from there. And so if you also have some games, feel free to test, and maybe also to onboard you. Here, so this number is obviously outdated regarding, the volume of the total NFTs. I think Alex this morning shared that the total volume was more than $269 million. And this week, the volume of the NFTs on Ton, or the collectible or gifts, just went, it was more than Ethereum. So it can show you also the huge need and the huge also appeal from these collectibles, right? Just to give you also an example, the Plush Pepe, so it's the best collection on Telegram. It was issued for $30, and today, as we speak, the floor price, it's $9,700. So I think it is like the 5th collection into every chains. And the beauty of that is that you can also, integrate the different gifts into the product that you are building. One example, let's say you are a DeFi protocol, okay, and you integrate, the Plush Pepe or any collectible here, and you can say, okay, if you are a holder of this NFT, I will give you more yield, more, APY and things like that. So you can really integrate that into a game or whatever to attract users also. And here, so it's the sticker app, so also the numbers, I think there are more, because this morning he showed that from 22 projects, they have generated more than 6 million. So it goes fast, this deck was done like 2 weeks ago, so it goes really fast. And here they are onboarding, a really big IP from Web 2 and from Web 3, like Pudgy Penguin, Bored Ape, Doodles, and so on. So if you have also an IP, a game, also you can talk to them, because the stickers are literally, the easiest onboarding for your users and your fans on Telegram. Then, we talk about payments. So payments can mean anything and nothing at the same time, right? So here, you can build on-ramp, so how you can invest your fiat and buy some crypto directly in-app. So we spoke also about e-commerce and also how you pay your stuff. So here with the mini app, also your card, you can directly, go to, I don't know, the barber shop. I don't go obviously, but you can pay some stuff there. So it's really interesting. And e-commerce and cashback, that's something that Web2 also product are using every day. So now you can also build that. And obviously, when I was saying, you can combine everything, right? Here it's 3 distinct products, but you can combine everything and build a super app at the end. Here, simplify DeFi and RWA, so real world assets. So basically, as I was saying, just one click, boom, you have 15% APY just in your phone. You have some TON or some USDT, and you just invest. You don't have to go to a complicated product like Lido, Aave, or Curve to understand first the UX, how it works, and then how it works at land. So it's really, really interesting on this kind of stuff. And now also regarding the real world assets, Telegram have issued bond, so you can also, invest into that kind of stuff. Then here, so I won't spend too much time, on that, but it's just to show you that everything can be interconnected, obviously, and you can take advantage of different verticals, as I was mentioning to you. This one, simple example, DeFi can be really huge, but this is really simple. It's a Telegram bot. So here, you can say, okay, how many money I have done if you are close to your phone and looking at the charts. But for me, the thing that are more interesting to see, it's what we call AI agent swarm. So basically, let's say you have DeFi products, and you will use different AI agents to, let's say, for example, first scoot the different API in the market. Then another one will, do translation or whatever. And so the next generation, at least for my opinion, of DeFi and AI would be, okay, you know the product called Griffin on Solana. So I guess we'll have also some product like that coming into Telegram. So yeah, I just have $100 where I should put that to have more yield and more money and more income every day. So for me, that's really the next generation, and obviously gaming, right? So here also 3 different examples. So it's kind of a secret sauce for you if you would like to build some good stuff. So this one over there on your left, it's called Duckygram. So it was one of the first also application that integrated NFTs in-game. So that way also you can attract the NFT lovers, the gaming lovers, and the TON also lovers. And it's, as you can see, the numbers are totally crazy, right? So that's something that is really easy to integrate. And the user are really want to use that because, I always say, it's good to build a beautiful product, but without users, you are nothing. So here, when you tap into what they really like and you integrate into some fun way, you can easily reach this kind of users. It's not something like a dream. Actually, 5,500,000 users is really decent amount, I would say. And you can expect far more if you work well. Other products that are using, as I was mentioning, GameFi and DeFi, so in the center. And another one here, economy, Telegram mini app, and DeFi. So, it's not just one vertical that you can build on, but you can take advantage of different ones. After that, and I guess that's the thing that would interest you the most. So other blockchain, they give grants to everybody, and then you have to chase everybody, and many projects just dies, right? Because they don't have users, and they don't have the support of the foundation, etc. So at least, I've been a builder like you before, and for me, the most important is being supported by the ecosystem itself and grow all together. So it's really new, and that is, at least for me, what everyone should do in that space to also help you to grow all together. So we have 4 stages. So you see 3, but you have the champions at the top of the pyramid. So basically, if you have an ID or early MVP, I will show you the link there, but you can join, builders.ton.org, and you will be integrated. Everything is fleshed out, I will show. And so you can directly join me on the different hub in workshop, pitch session. You can be roasted by experts like also the founder of Adgram that will be here. And directly on live, they will tell you, okay, your user funnel is not good at all. Your UX is not good at all, or it's beautiful, you have done a great job. You can integrate ads to have more money generation. So we are here really to help you. And that's the thing that we can do for you. So technical support, we have weekly or monthly calls where you meet other builders, so you can build partnership with other people like you, and then you grow. KOL boost, marketing will feature you on the different also Telegram channel, and also some posts from the Ton Foundation and things like that. So that's, money don't buy that, right? So that's the kind of thing that as builder you really want. And then when you scale and you have good traction, we'll help you to fundraise. Also, we have a close group with high-level investors, and we help you, to take your product to the next level. The last thing, so what you will see when you will be on the Ton Builders portal, basically is this kind of little cards, right? And we'll divide it into 3 stages. If you are building, scaling, and growing. So depending of what you need, you can click, for example, on the marketing support, and directly, or depending of your ask, we'll have a card directly and an action and a task on our CRM, and we'll come back to you in an instant. I am new in this job, just my third week, but I tried it, and honestly, in the next hour, the lead that I bring already have the message, onboarding message for the whole ecosystem program, and in 2 weeks, they will be with me into some roast session and into some live stream. So it's really, fast. It's just you go to a call, I might do that for you, I might do that for you, and take ages. You have the link, you go, you pick, what you want, and you customize your journey and your support journey, basically. So I think I am more or less out of time, but here,
right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So here, you can scan the QR code. And we have done something also very interesting. So we are not on YouTube, whatever, so I can share that. Our friends also from this beer have done some QR code. So if you don't have time to take this one, you have 1 or 2 hours to scan that, and you will be redirected to the Builders portal. We just built that yesterday, so you see how we go fast. So if you have anything, you can find me everywhere. I think I am recognizable, right? Yeah. Thank you very much, everybody.
Give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just before you go, we do have lunch. It's amazing the turnaround. So we met, just if you don't know the story, we met literally the other stage this time last year. Yeah. Okay, it really, not making this up, you didn't know what Ton really was. Had you even heard of Ton?
I heard of Ton, but I didn't know, that you had this huge mini app world. Yeah. I was using Telegram every day, but no, you opened my eyes.
So, as Ton Hub lead of Europe, I need you to open up, and I know you will, open up the eyes. How I open up yours, you can open up the millions of people there.
That's it.
Guys, thank you so much. We'll be back at lunch, after lunch, I'm sure we are, at 2 o'clock to enjoy a succulent lunch outside. There's food courts, everything there, or just have some of those rec drinks and power through the rest of the day. We'll see you back at lunch. Thank you very much, MC.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Welcome everyone to the Community Building and Marketing on TON panel. My name's Colin Smith. I'm the CEO of AlphaWire, Web3 media publication, and also the founder of Blockstart Scotland, Scotland's leading Web3 event. I'm delighted to be joined here today by 4 fantastic panelists. I'm now going to invite each of them to give a brief introduction about who they are, what they do, and then we'll take it from there. Would you like to start with yourself, Fifi?
Yeah. Hi, so I'm Fifi. I'm from Pudgy Penguins Europe. Basically, Pudgy Penguins is a community-first and community-strong-based project, so I'm an example of that. I was just a holder, and I stepped up to organize events and do kind of BD in Europe, and that's why I'm here today.
Thank you.
GM everybody, my name is Fab. I'm from Boinkers Games, so Acid Lab Gaming Studio. We have 2 games, Boinkers, the first and main one, and second one is Pokergram. We are Telegram mini game based apps, and Boinkers, we launched Boinkers almost 1 year ago. It's the first grossing up on Telegram, and yeah, we are building social games.
Hi everyone. So hi everyone, my name is Isabella. I am a community manager for Bloom. Bloom is a trading app on Telegram. We have a meme pad where you can launch your own token and also trade other meme tokens that we have. And we also have a trading bot. So we have TON, we have Solana and BNB working already there. And our TG is coming. We're going to have the snapshot this Saturday for the airdrop. And yeah, basically that's it.
Let's go. That's amazing. GM, everybody. My name is Victor. I'm a global community lead at TON Foundation and happy to be here. So I'm really happy to see a lot of incredible builders on stage with us. We've got Pudgy Penguins representing, we've got Boinkers, and we've got Bloom. Some of the best applications you got to discover inside of TON ecosystem are right here. And if I'm not mistaken, Pudgy Penguins already surpassed several million users for the game Pengu Clash. Boinkers, I don't remember how much you have, but it's a big number. And Bloom, I think you've surpassed 80 million total users, and then for the monthly active users, you're like 8 to 10 million right now.
Yeah.
Absolutely phenomenal. Guys, give a round of applause to our legends who are building inside of this ecosystem. Gaming at scale is only possible on Telegram. Well, let's get it started.
Let's go. So we're all here because we're either building on TON or building communities. So first question probably for yourself, Victor, like how is TON Foundation helping builders and marketers unlock the full potential of Telegram for community building?
Yeah, so there is quite an amount of programs dedicated to that, but to be brief and simple, one of the most impactful was TON Nest. So when the new builders come in, they could apply to join TON Nest, and then we got people that are going to coach them. They organize weekly spaces, the TON Nest Spotlight, every Friday usually. Not this one because there's overlap in schedule, but the next one we're going to continue. And so that's the first point of contact where we really suggest to go. And right now we're developing further support systems for our ecosystem, which includes TON Fam and TON Circle, which is the incredible content creators that going to help you amplify your content to the T. Just get in touch with us and we got to get it started.
There you go. So I think following on from that, let's talk to yourself, Fifi, about the motivation for Pudgy Penguins behind coming on to Telegram, because obviously, you've built up a community on Ethereum, you've launched a token on Solana, you're building Abstract. Like, what was the kind of motivation behind Telegram, and what are your kind of goals in this space?
Yeah, I think, as you say, we're trying to be multi-chain. Like, we are a crypto native IP, and one cool thing about it is we can be a Trojan horse to bring Web 2 into Web 3. And this means we can just go anywhere. Like, as you said, Solana, our Pudgy Party game will be on Polkadot, Pengu Clash on TON. So, it's really about showing all the good infrastructure and tech we have and bring normal people and make them excited about Web3 without having them to worry too much. And TON and Telegram is perfect for that. I mean, it's an app with 500 million users, like, if I'm not mistaken. So we need to be there where there is an opportunity. It's both to help the space and also just push the penguin, because we want to dominate the world. That's our project. So it's a no-brainer to just join Telegram and Ton.
Yeah, I mean, it's over 1 billion users now, so you've got a captive audience there. And a lot of people don't even appreciate, you know, there's an inbuilt wallet in Telegram. All you have to do is type in wallet, and there you go, you've already onboarded.
And all the
into
mini apps
crypto.
are there as well. It's like just a single tap. Just open the app. Don't need to download anything. All inside a single application. Yeah.
Exactly. So, following on from that, an open question to everyone: like, how important a role does Telegram potentially play in onboarding the next 1 billion users into crypto?
So I'd say Telegram is very influential in this regard. And of course, it is affecting Ton as positively as negatively too at times. Because originally, Telegram team was the one that created Ton blockchain and its infrastructure, basically. But then it's the active community of independent developers who took over and continue to develop. But as many people may not be aware of an entire story and what is Ton to Telegram and vice versa, they really tie these things into a very similar format. So when Pavel Durov tweets or posts on his Telegram, it's always affecting in both ways, positive and negative, because this distinguishment is not that far. And then Telegram is relying solely on Ton, and they choose it as its exclusive blockchain, so it's understandable. But then Telegram and Ton Foundation is completely separate entities, which is technically not really linked between as people would think so they are. Yeah.
Does anyone else have anything to say on that? No?
Yeah, no.
Okay. So obviously with Bloom, with yourself, Isabella, you've brought, you know, trading product to Telegram. So what's been the most effective way that you've onboarded users onto your platform?
So this one is working.
Okay, nice.
So yeah, you were asking again, sorry, about our connection.
Yeah, your means for onboarding people. You've had this explosive growth, obviously, since you've launched your application on Telegram.
So basically, when we launched, it was almost a year ago. We were 1 year and 2 months old as a project. And we started with invitations, so you could only get at Bloom and start like getting Bloom points, and right now also Meme points, if you got an invitation. And we had like this huge ambassador program where they got more referrals and like more percentage of the gains of like Bloom points if they get people. So this started like blowing up really fast. And I also believe that, as Victor said, we have like this, it's really easier to use everything on Telegram. So if you already have Telegram in your cell phone, you can only like search for Bloom and then start our mini app. So we have right now over 93 million users and about 10 million active users per month. So yeah, it's a lot. And as I am a Latin and Iberia community manager, I am here to say a lot of good things about my community, of course. But yeah, I mean, I just want to invite you, everyone, like if you're speaking Russian, if you're speaking Portuguese, Spanish, we have multiple channels and we have a lot of volunteers to help everyone. If you're not like, for example, not receiving a response of our support, you can also like join our groups and community groups and like request stuff. And we also have like local campaigns. We do a lot of campaigns, and I think this also not only attract but retain people, because of course in this crypto world we all of us want to make money, of course. So it's nice when you have like more campaigns just than, okay, it's a trading app, I'm going to trade in, that's all.
What I think is really cool is you've obviously also got support for like Solana and BNB as well, so you're kind of opening it up to a broader user base who maybe aren't familiar with, you know, Ton network in itself, which is really cool.
Yeah, thank you. Well, yeah, I mean, we started with Ton. It was, I believe, our first project there with us, and we have a really close relationship, but we do have now Solana and BNB. And I think through this year, we're going to add a few more projects there too. So yeah, stay tuned.
I also wanted to say a fun fact. When you released Bloom application in the beginning was a test to see how it's gonna go, and the target was much lower, and so the servers collapsed because millions of people went joining application. Like it went bananas. You don't really understand. The team did not expect that wasn't the target. It just happened this way, and today it's one of the largest mini app in Telegram and Ton ecosystem.
Exactly. It just shows you what's possible within the Telegram ecosystem. Like if you deploy something correctly. So yeah, 93 million users is not an insignificant number, you know.
It's just important to build a cool product, because if you have a product that people want to use, they will come. That's as simple as that. And then a lot of people using Bloom because they do trade meme coins. They don't care of the sentiment. They love meme coins, and they will be there regardless. If they're going to be booming or not, they still going to be looking for the next alpha to do 2, 3, 5, 10x, and hopefully they're going to find it.
Yeah, 100%. So like moving on to yourself, Fab, obviously gaming has an important role to play within, you know, Telegram as well. So you're obviously responsible for Boinkers, which is one of the most successful games. Acid Labs built that. So what's the key to building community-driven products that scale so quickly on Ton?
Coming from Web3, because I not live by Web3, so it's the full dedication to community since the day one. Because we have an approach of, okay, building a product that works, because our founders are Web2 guys, so Web2 mobile makers. And we focus on product and we focus on community. This means this is resulting in creating like 10 separate communities across socials. We have like 4 on Telegram, Discord, Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, I guess so. And so we have very active community. I would say maybe we have the most active community on Telegram. And we have a full-time team of 10 moderators, and our moderator list that are here around, they are full-time engaged with them. So we solve tickets, we solve problems, we speak to them, so the community knows that we are present. We didn't build a product just toward TG, because we didn't have TG yet. And the second thing is that we are giving away rewards to our users to keep them engaged into the game, and we give away a lot. I would say probably 6-7 figures in rewards so far in 1 year. And yeah, this helps us to build a community, to scale. Our users help us, our users are our best ambassador because they use the referral to get more, to bring them their friends, bring into their friends, and they have to share Boinkers across the Twitter, Facebook, Telegram, and so on and so forth. So full dedication to community, reward them, always answer, and be present 24 hours.
Yes, it's very much about keeping your community engaged and those mechanisms to do so.
Yeah, we'll be able to create, I call it marketing trilemma. So engagement, affinity, and flip the word. Forget the third one, sorry. But yeah, we'll be able to build this. And awareness, engagement, and affinity. So affinity is the most difficult one. So
there you go.
To build. But we made it.
Perfect. So Fifi, obviously you've built up significantly large communities on other social platforms. So how does the strategy shift when you're moving from the likes of Discord and Twitter to Telegram?
Yeah, I think there are 2 different movements. One, the fact that we grew from a community of basically 10,000 holders of the NFTs to maybe more than 1 million, if you can count the sex and all the different ways to hold Pengu now. And this means you can't just use like a Discord for that. Like it becomes way too big. And also like the relationship that you build on Discord is very of a close community. Like you can't really go the next step. Like when you're talking about search numbers, and that's where Telegram comes in with a big useful, like just the way you can just do channels and groups, and in a way that's like easy to just jump from one Telegram feed to another. You know, when you're on Discord, it's already hard to manage like 3-4 servers. If you want to really follow what's happening, Telegram makes this super easy. And the second aspect, despite that, is also the geographics. You know, like Twitter, for example, is not that used in Asia, whereas like Pudgy Penguin is growing like crazy in Asia. And like we have seen like the past years already, like the community doing a lot of things on Telegram, and now that like the company is really pushing hard and seeing the potential, is just taking it to the next level, so that these regions and Russia, even Europe, in a way, is more active on Telegram than you would think, and it can be a very good way to animate those geographies. So, yeah, Telegram on those two different levels, just the scale and let's say the fact that it's more global makes it just the perfect space to build community, like moving forward.
Yeah, so geography was actually something that, Victor, you spoke about this morning on TON 101. So we were talking about, you've got, obviously, Isabella, you focus on Iberia and LATAM, but we've also got this large untapped market in America. We've not yet, seen Telegram in America, so you can imagine the potential that can be untapped there once we get, that live.
Yeah, especially once the wallet will become accessible, because a lot of people were like, oh, it's not working for me. So they don't go further because they kind of get the first no. It's a mental psychology factor. But once they will have it accessible, they'll be like, oh, let me click, see what it is. And I'm sure they will, because that's how it happened across the world with millions and millions of people. So I'm certain that there wouldn't be a difference in that regard. It's just a matter of time until, once again, all those steps are taken. And the major issue was the legislation. And so as it's adjusting, adjusting the platforms, and the geo-block is going away slowly. And I think the ecosystem is very positive toward that. And it's also going to influence a lot of, you see as Pudgy Penguins, for example, one of the communities that came to TON, they released, for example, stickers. They've got actually enormous community of the sticker holders, which is very active, by the way, one of the most active too. And this is phenomenal to see. But what I'm saying is many of those people and those little communities are going to continue to expand, because new people from the new market is going to continue to enter. And that is the process. And I'm sure this year we're going to see this massive shift. And you got to be the one to witness it, guys.
Yeah, well, following on from that, actually, we've just seen, obviously, that Elon's invested 300 million in Telegram, with Grox coming to Telegram for a period of time. Like, what do you see the ways, how do you see that technology being adopted within the Telegram community, and how do any of your communities potentially think you'll use that technology to grow your community?
So I think I'll start by saying that, we already have lots of bots in Telegram that help us a lot. So I think AI is even better. It's going to help us to grow faster, I believe. And if you can make the experience of using an app even better for the user, of course, we are going to invest in it. So yeah, I think it's actually a great start.
Yeah, well, from my perspective, there is actually a lot going on between Elon and Pavel Durov, to say the least. There is so much that I wrote a long thread about this, and there's all the information. So if you're curious, go to my page. It's someone, literally, to highlights, and you'll find a post about Pavel Durov, Elon Musk, and there's all the communication. But it even produces volume on chain, and let me explain. So first thing is, Pavel Durov bought the username of Elon Musk, because Telegram usernames is NFTs on TON. So unless you own it, you cannot use it. And of course, someone already registered Elon Musk. That was obvious one. So Pavel Durov bought it. And then what happened once all the news started rolling out, the Telegram NFT gifts, which we mentioned before, the collectibles on TON, all the models that featuring Elon Musk, they went blowing up. And some of them, I've been looking like, gosh, why didn't I buy one? So there's definitely impact on the community sense, and community very welcoming towards Elon Musk doing steps with his businesses, entering Telegram.
And so do you see that relationship being the bridge to open up Telegram to the US?
I think yes, and I think that Pavel Durov and Elon Musk probably will open up a lot of doors for X as well, for example, because Telegram is way more advanced in some regard, and then X is another platform respecting freedom of speech. But X is only shifted to that. Telegram since the beginning, at the core, respecting your freedom, respecting your privacy. So it's very interesting how they're going to find a synergy. I think there is a lot of exchange in knowledge and value that's going to happen along the way.
Okay, so Isabella, what steps is Bloom taking to continue its growth in LATAM and Iberia?
So right now, it's something important to mention that in Latin America, we have many Telegram users. There's millions of people there, especially for the free speech topic. So of course, there's a lot of people using for political conversations. But once they realize they're like mini apps inside of Telegram, this also blew in Brazil, for example, Argentina, Chile. And unfortunately, I think Latin America is still being looked overall as like third world countries or like countries you go to vacation, but it's there a huge market there, huge potential. I mean, for example, Binance is growing really fast in Brazil. It's all over the place. And I mean, we want, of course, people to join us because they really believe in the project, but we are trying different approaches because the market, for marketing side, people already get bored with everything. So we are doing like campaigns, of course, and we are also investing in offline events. So yeah, we're going to have one in Brazil, and I believe we're going to be in Argentina this year too. So yeah, I mean, we're trying a lot of different stuff. Here I am in Portugal to make like more appearance of Bloom. So yeah, I mean, I think the main thing is to make people see us, but also understand that we are a real project. We're not a scam. And unfortunately, it's a lot of problems in the crypto world, as in every financial market. But I think if if you're going to have like people's attention, at least let's make it good.
So all in all, bullish on LATAM.
Yes, a lot of people there. And I mean, I'm Brazilian. I will always say good stuff about Latin America, but it's an incredible, incredible market for crypto. You guys should like grow there too.
Awesome. So Fab, are there any new exciting games that Acid Lads are working on? And if so, are you able to share some alpha with us?
Yeah, it's not an alpha because we released poker style game 10 days or 2 weeks ago. And we had like 150,000 participants from Boinkers in 24 hours in a weekend. And we give away, I mean, we have a tournament with 1,000 tons or $3,000, $2,000 something dollars in rewards. And we launch officially the app now on Telegram. It's free to play, so it's not gambling. Many people think poker is gambling, but it's not. It's similar to Singapore, if you remember. And it's going well, not as fast as we grow in Boinkers 1 year ago on Telegram, but it is what it is. And we have over 300,000 MAU, and we, like today I checked, we have 50,000 active users just today.
Oh.
And I also see the retention, it's crazy, it's 99% retention. And yeah, this is the new game that we release, and since we have Acid Lab that is backed by A16Z, Speedrun, so it's the gaming arms of A16Z, and so they believe in us, they believe in our vision of building a, empire of social gaming. That's our direction. So we'll build more. We'll release more social game in the next future this year as well, and to go nuts on every social platform because I believe, and also the team, that the future is social gaming more than mobile gaming. So Twitter, I hear about WhatsApp is about to release some games there. There's also Line, Telegram, Facebook, Discord, so on and so forth.
I saw the A16Z announcement on your Twitter. Like, that's pretty big VC to have behind, so it's good to
I didn't hear.
I said I saw the announcement of the A16Z investment. Yeah. That's a really great VC to have behind you with your new project.
Yeah, actually it is. One of the biggest one.
Amazing. So Fifi, obviously, Luca Nets has his own channel now in Telegram. And you're seeing more and more influencers and creators like creating channels to promote themselves and their initiatives. Do you see channels as being an effective mechanism for community engagement?
Yeah, I think one of the secret sauces Pudgy Penguins like boom over the last 2 years is Lucanet's buying the project, also like created his personal brand.
He's a powerhouse, isn't he?
Yes, it's like you have Pudgy Penguins and him, and that's been like a virtuous circle between the brand and the leader. Some might say that at some point you want to be a guru, but in many cases, it's very important to create a personal link, like a relationship, and Luca has been doing that in a perfect way, both with the inner community, like by having inner igloo calls on the Discord every 2 weeks, but then having a big presence on X, being on many podcasts, and now having his own Telegram channel, which makes a lot of sense to just spread, let's say, a parallel message of the Pudgy Penguins as his personal voice, where he can share also his own personal views on other stuff, not be like just a representative of a company, but kind of an influencer,
Yeah.
and it's one of the secret sauce that in this space are really important because we're all about transparency, and having a token out there is basically being listed like early stage. You're a startup that's already everyone looking at it, and every day like the price movement tells you something. So it's important to have presence. Even when there is no announcement by the company, you will get just news from the CEO. And because Telegram is such a massive platform, not just in crypto, but also in crypto, we have to admit it that it's with X, like our favorite platforms, has a crypto space. Like when you exchange contact with people, the first thing they're going to say is my Telegram. So having a channel there to just keep giving announcement, news, connecting with the crypto community at large is a very good way to create this relationship with the community, the holders, but also just the Web3 community at large, who can see Luke and Eds as one of the, let's say, inspiring leaders, which he is, and push like everyone forward, even though you don't have to have a bunch of penguins to share something with him personally.
I think also important to note, since we're on the topic of the Telegram channels, is that if you have a Telegram channel and you posting content consistently, you get viewership, you get subscribers, you also creating another revenue stream. Maybe not a large one, but a little payouts in terms of the revenue sharing that is going back to the channel owner, which then once again could fuel potentially some extra contests that Pudgy Penguins are doing pretty frequently as well. And this is a beauty of Telegram that is really giving an opportunity to people to connect not just with the regular Web2 audience, but to also implement the Web3 mechanics and so natively that you get to use them without even realizing. And yet it is as important as monetization on Twitter, for example, right? So you get it inside of Telegram too, but directly in Ton. So having a channel, maybe there is people in the room today like, oh, I have a big audience, I got to start a channel. You got to generate another revenue source for yourself. So give it a try, and we would be happy to have another wonderful Telegram channel community running around and exploring Ton.
Well, that's actually a nice segue into my next question, which was for yourself, Victor. So ultimately, value creation and revenue generation are two key incentives for community, founders and builders. So can you tell us a bit about Tribute and how founders and project owners can use this tool to create value and generate revenue?
Yes, so in terms of generating revenue through like Mini App, for example, this is a very delicate topic because people don't like when you're trying to generate revenue out of them without giving them anything.
Yeah.
So if you do so, you got to get a bunch of FUD, and if you need examples, I could give you at least 10. And then there's applications like Boinkers. I mean, they're grossing the most, and people just go and spend money. Why? Because they made it interesting, and people get something in return and value. And yes, it is, in a sense, a luck component to that. But then if they win, they at least enjoy something real tangible, not until they really got to see what it's going to be like. And one of the main things here is to find the right way to monetize your game. And I think some of the best examples is probably Boinkers, it's Bloom, they also collecting a lot of trading fees, obviously. Another way is Catizen with their ecosystem, because they are not really making like for you to buy the end rewards, but they're letting you to buy the progress in game. So it's like similar as you play games on the phone. If you want to access extra feature, you got to pay for it, right? So they do the same thing, and they've got the audience of people that already experienced that and want that because they want to develop in their game just for fun, not because they're going to win anything. And so the most important here to start grossing is to create this touch where the community wouldn't be upset, but it would get a value or at least desired outcome without expecting whatever returns that people often promise to them. Rather make it accessible, make it entertaining, make it useful, and provide them reward as they go. And we've seen many successful examples of people even building like online casino stuff, right? That clearly working. Pudgy Penguins launched their Pengu Clash game, which is not tied to the airdrop, it's tied to the real rewards that gonna be, depending who's gonna win, gonna get it. So once again, it's a matter of finding the way to get a little portion of value and distribute the majority back to the user, and then you're grossing and you're generating good feedback, which is progressing in the magnitude of millions of users that you're acquiring who want to try to do the same, because they know they can get it. They know it's real. They know they don't have to wait 1 year for something like a cat in the box, you know?
Yeah, well, this morning, when you're talking about value there as well and incentives, like this morning we heard you discuss, gifts, how that's been one of the new features that have been introduced in Telegram. Do any of you have any strategies about potentially leveraging the concept of gifts and to incentivize users to onboard or anything like that?
I mean, the secret sauce of Pudgy Penguin has always been the gifts. And last month we just hit 20 billion views. I don't know if you imagine, but it means every person on Earth must have seen a Pudgy Penguin that month. It's basically just a machine to get you exposed to the character, and the fact that it can just pop up in group chats. People just type an emotion and they find a cute penguin. They just post it. Everyone sees it. It's a virtual circle to really like penetrate in a very like clean and simple way. It's not financialized. It's not monetized. It's just like pushing that forward. And I guess the stickers come as a combination to maybe try and get it to more monetization. But the gifts is a pure form and speaks to everybody. You can just go in so many ways. It's a powerful weapon, and I'm surprised not that many IPs are just doing the same as we are doing, but that's good for us, and we keep dominating. So that's cool. Yeah.
Amazing. So I think we're just about to run out of time. So do any of you have any final points that you'd like to make?
Yes, I do. Guys, everyone, if you never tried interacting with on blockchain, just go to your Telegram, type wallet in search. It's literally @wallet. As simple as that, with a blue check mark, and get yourself started. And then try one of the mini apps such as Bloom, Boinkers, or Pengu Clash and experience it yourself. We even have like a Call of Duty level of game, which is Ton Battleground, with the weekly tournaments and prizes. Real cash, no jokes. Get the chance to participate, explore, and have fun. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you for having me. I appreciate you.
Anyone?
So same. Just type Bloom on Telegram. You'll find us. If you want to search us all over the social media, you can find us. We have different communities, I said before. And as we always say, blue to the moon. So thank you for your attention.
Following what I said, so just use Telegram mini games, discover the apps, play all the games, play also Boinkers, and if you want to learn poker, we have this new app, Pokergram, so it's free to play, you can learn, and you can have fun, and this is very social, and for the rest, use Telegram.
So follow Pudgy Penguins on Twitter and Telegram. Join the Telegram channels for Pengu if you own any Pengu. If you don't, just buy some. And I guess Pengu Clash is a new exciting game that is really like trying to push the boundaries of like crypto native IP with crypto native games. So just give it a go, and I'm sure you'll have fun.
Awesome. So thank you very much, everyone, for listening. Can we get a round of applause for our panelists, please? Thanks, guys.
GM, everybody. How are we doing? I would just ask for all of you guys to come in, grab a seat. We're going to start the next session today. For those of you that are just arriving, we've had some incredible sessions about the Ton and Telegram ecosystem, and we're going to double down now and dive straight into building on Ton. So if you guys at the back could either grab a seat. Excuse me, guys. Sorry, we're starting a session, so you need to sit down. Guys, you got to sit down. We're starting another session. Okay, and you don't want to miss this one, guys. We've already heard so much about how fast the Ton ecosystem is moving forward. We're now going to dive a little bit into how to build different ecosystems on Ton. So I would like to invite our esteemed speakers to the stage. Could I please welcome in Vlad from Ava Protocol? You want to jump up the stage? Round of applause for Vlad, guys. It's right here. And also going to invite Madi from Onton, the founder of Onton. Please join us on the stage. Round of applause for Madi. We've got Alex from Hubs, CEO and founder of Hubs. Please welcome him on. And last but not least, where is Rostislav? Is he here? Rostislav, is he around? We are missing somebody. Oh my God, oh my goodness. We're missing a speaker. So, does anyone know where Rostislav might be? Well, in the meantime, I would just like to ask the audience here. So, who here is currently on Ton, using the Ton ecosystem, using Telegram mini apps? Just a raise of your hands if you're using them. Perfect. Well, this session is perfect for you. For those of you that aren't already integrated into the Ton ecosystem, this is a really good chance to hear the alpha from the founders on stage. And I'm really excited about this one. So we had an amazing session earlier about building on Ton, and this is really where we dive even deeper to see the amount of projects and the amount of Goliaths in the crypto space, from the likes of Pudgy Penguins, who was just on stage, that are building into the ecosystem. Just shows you these projects are at the vanguard of the space, and they're really propelling Ton, the open network, forward. So I'm really excited. Just a round of applause for our speakers. And if Rostislav does join us, please get yourself on stage. How are we doing today then? I'm going to ask you all to give an intro about yourselves. So I'll start with you, Vlad. Please tell the audience what you're working on right now at Ava, and a little introduction about yourself and how you found.
Yeah, hi, my name is Vlad. I'm a founder and CEO of Eva Protocol. So we are pioneers in DeFi on Ton. We are building the main lending platform on the Ton blockchain. And actually, we were those guys who were educating this community how to leverage up things, how to increase your capital efficiency, or how just put your funds for simple yield without any hassle. So as for now, we are on we are live for almost a year and a half. We are top 5 protocols by the total value locked. So very glad to be here. Thank you.
Just shows you how quickly things can happen, and in just a year and a half to already be in the position you're in is amazing. And please, Maddie, if you'd like to follow on there.
Hello, GM everyone. So we are on Ton. We've built about a year now. So we are an event and reputation layer on Ton and Telegram. So native on Telegram and built on Ton blockchain. So we've utilized the NFTs as some sort of real-world asset, as tickets for offline and online events. So we've hosted the Ton Gateway, the main Ton conference in Dubai in last November. And also, we are distributing soulbound tokens as a proof of attendance. So we are the biggest distributor of soulbound tokens on the entire Ton blockchain. We have distributed about 12 million SPTs to about 250,000 users across the globe, with the events that conducted with 300 and more organizers around the globe. So we are building the community engagement basically on the Ton blockchain and moving forward.
And we're going to hear a lot more about that. And Alex is already mic'd up, so you can jump in there next.
Exactly. Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm the founder of Hubs. Who here has heard of Hubs or has used Hubs to get a free beer at our stand? So a couple of people. Well, what we do is we enable Telegram group owners to create exclusive environments through a simple wallet connection, specifically on the Ton blockchain. And we have features such as token gating, so people can only enter a specific group if they hold a certain token, or we have subscriptions where people need to pay in order to get into a Telegram group. So that's us in a nutshell.
Thank you so much. And hopefully, if Rostislav does join us, then that would be great. But if you see this man on the end here, you tell him that he's on stage right now. Okay, guys? But all jokes aside, we're going to dive straight into this because I think the most important part, having been here through a lot of the sessions today, is just to see how many builders are coming into the Ton ecosystem and how fast it's moving at this stage. But what do you think, as a blockchain, makes Ton, the open network, different from other blockchains? This could be sort of ease of integration. And I'll jump to you first, Vlad, and just to see how your own journey in the space allowed you to grow in such success in a short period of time. What aspects of the open network actually helped that?
Well, first of all, I'm just a first mover. So, and for me, my journey is a bit different from the journey that devs as of today will do. And for me, my journey started just with the hackathon, one of the first major hackathons of Ton. It was in the beginning of 2023. And basically, the way of doing hackathons on Ton actually a very beneficial things. So because it gives a lot of time for building stuff, and after the hackathon, you get quite substantial support from foundation or several other entities. What's unique in building on Ton? So it's, I will, first of all, I just mentioned it's a quite regular thing that devs are talking in such situation is 1 billion user base. It's becoming just a meme because everyone on Ton always speaking about this. It has pros and cons just because users are really numerous, but they are specific, and there should be special ways to work with them. Still, when you're building something simple that doesn't require a lot of actions or a lot of understanding from user, this is quite beneficial because you can onboard users to do a simple stuff just at really low cost. And if before it was alpha with Tapper games, and devs use these Tapper games to onboard users, now it's gifts. And actually, what is unique with Ton and Telegram ecosystem is that the user base is really huge. So this ecosystem has almost unlimited amount of attempt to onboard new users, just because all of this alpha hasn't reached yet most of these users. It's even in the most developed regions such as Russia or say India. Third, it's I'd say more important thing for me as a representative of financial part of applications. So on Ton is actually happening something really unique because we are building not just regular DeFi, because regular DeFi doesn't actually work well on Ton. So the thing is that regular DeFi is too complex. It's not understandable by users that come from Telegram just because they come across some this or that DeFi application or use case. It's more like a financial infrastructure, like a banking. It's similar to banking, but it's not a banking, just for legal purposes. I want to disclose that. So it's something like a Revolut application where you opens and you see how what to do with your money into tabs, where you get the full. You're getting in the screen something really simplified and versatile. So you can do this, that, and the final part. So that Ton is basically is first mover in adoption of mini apps. And it is a place where the mini apps culture is actually evolving. And here you can find right in your Telegram all of the applications and all of the use cases that you may need for this or that purpose.
I really loved your answer, Vlad, and there's so much to break down from that. But really, for time permitting, and I know you're jumping ahead to some of our other questions that we have for today, but that's brilliant because I would also like to see on your side with Anton how the Ton blockchain has actually, for ease of use, ease of integration, supported you.
So I want to ask you, Jay, is it possible to play that video now?
You want to play the video right now?
Yeah,
I don't have the video. I can check if they have it ready. Why don't you start answering? And
yeah, I will start. But because with that video, I think instead of just talking about what's the core advantage of the Ton ecosystem comparing to other ecosystems, I'm going to just show you the outcome, like how it's just going to happen. So basically, I think the power of people, the power of community is maybe one of the most important aspects that bring most of us, or at least some of us, to the blockchain technology. That's something that's like a narrative that is like make it possible to like create a decentralized collective solution for a better world, right? Yeah. So that's actually the vision. That's actually something that I think would be motivating for all of us. Yeah. And the thing is, with the Ton blockchain and with the connection with the Telegram, actually, I think this narrative is happening there actually in action, right? Yeah. So because the people are very, very easily accessible, and with the tools that you can build on the Telegram and Ton, you can gather people together very quickly, and you can create impact.
Yes. And I think very, very community-driven and community-centric impact as well, which is really what I think on my side before I let Alex jump in. And I know this video is actually quite closely referenced to both of your projects in many ways. So just when the video is ready, if you guys wouldn't mind playing it, but you're going to see what we mean. When people launch their mini apps, which is the second part of what we're going to jump into now in the session, I feel like there's already that engaged community in Telegram that really allows that ease of integration for each project building. But Alex, maybe do you want to, until they get the video ready, just jump in on your side and just see how the Ton ecosystem has supported your growth at Hubs as well?
So generally speaking, I would say what makes Ton very unique is, and Vlad already mentioned that, is the partnerships with Telegram and the access to one of the largest social media platforms out there, right? And that enables a huge distribution potential. Now, I think that is the most unique selling point of Ton and why people want to build, because in the past, since 2017, there's always been projects that wanted to build a SocialFi platform, but never really successfully. And now actually the Ton blockchain is leveraging an existing successful platform. And we're leveraging that at Hubs, right? We're using the group feature and enabling that with the blockchain connection. And that's what makes Ton very unique in my opinion.
I couldn't agree more. And I think we're going to have a couple of moments to get the video ready, but we're going to dive in because I don't want to waste any time. And at the end, if you have any questions, please save them. At the end, there'll be an opportunity for some of the audience to ask their questions. Take this opportunity now. We're here. We're talking about, for those of just arriving, building on Ton. So for those of you that aren't already building on Ton, come and grab a seat and you're going to learn the best practices because that's what we're going to dive into now. So for anyone in the audience that's building perhaps on Ton or considering to build on Ton, what would you recommend in terms of sort of developing a mini app that's going to really hit the audience they want? Any best practices, any things, maybe things that you went through personally, just best practices. Let's give them all the alpha now in case they'd like to join the ecosystem. You want to jump in first, Maddie? I feel like, yeah?
Sure. So basically, for any Web3 product, any Web3 project, there are two wings. There's a product and there's a community. So these two actually wings, these are two wings of a Web3 product. So you have to start over like both wings together, I think. So you have to build your community alongside your product. And you have to be like very fast. And that's the beauty of Telegram, because you can just create your group. And I've been one of the first like beta testers of the EVA. I think maybe among 50 or something like that. So you can have access to lots of like engaged users who like love to try your app, give you feedback, and I think that would you can leverage the community to improve and like increase the quality of your product, and then you can just ship the product very, very fast.
Yeah, I mean, we were discussing this earlier on the panel, was really, I feel like 4 years ago, Telegram was kind of mini apps were almost like a sort of stepping stone into the wider ecosystem. But I feel now that's where a lot of the building is taking place to really establish, like you said, leveraging the Telegram communities to build on the TON network. So perhaps, Vlad, you'd like to jump in now as well before I let Alex come up.
Yeah, well, answering what my tips. So, first of all, I just want to highlight this. I'm a representative of financial things of DeFi, and I really doubt that there are a lot of DeFi builders on such conferences just because it's about culture. And TON is really unique place for those who are building culture. So because if you take Solana, for example, in Solana there is a narrative that comes through bull market. So last narrative it was NFTs, this one it was launch pads and meme coins. On TON, as an evolving market, the times goes faster. So there are narratives that appears almost every 6 months. So, for example, half of a year ago, well, just a bit more than half a year ago, there was a narrative of Tepper games, then it was stickers, now it's gifts. And I'm pretty sure that in 3 months you will find a new narrative. So I highly recommend you that if you see appearing a new narrative, that's a high time to start building. It should not be something very popular right now, because if it's popular right now, you can be really late, just because you already lost your opportunity.
That's so true, and it's like just shows you how quickly sort of trends and things like that can move. And Alex, do you want to share some of your best practices for someone that's potentially building a mini app or a community on Telegram and so on?
Yeah, definitely. I think Vlad mentioned, what worked in the past. Obviously the tap to earn games was a big thing, and what made that successful was the gamification aspect. It was a lot of projects did a lot of cross-tasking in order to tap into different communities. And of course, there was a reward incentive, which caused a lot of airdrop hunters also to join these different groups. Now, in that moment, it was quite successful and there was a lot of hype around that. But in the long run, it's not very sustainable, right? Because the model didn't work in the long run. Now, if I would recommend someone moving forward to actually build on TON, I would look into different kind of applications. Actually leverage the fact that you have a blockchain connected to a social platform, right? So you're not actually looking at what Solana is doing or what all the other blockchains is doing, because TON is unique, and that's what we need to make clear here, is look at applications such as WeChat, for example, right? What application is in WeChat that we can leverage in TON, right? In Singapore, Token 2049, they had a great example, which was ordering a car through the application, right? Now you're making the payment on the blockchain and you're leveraging the actual social network to order the taxi. And I think those are very, very strong use cases that will be sustainable and can create quality in that. And I think the fact that we now have a CEO in the TON Foundation, Max Crown, who came from MoonPay, right, really shows that I think this is also the direction that it's heading. And of course, you have all these different short-term narratives, but I can tell you it's a big headache if you try to jump and find the next narrative rather than building something sustainable. And that's kind of what we're trying to do as well.
Amazing. And I think we've got time. Let's play the video. We've got another 10 minutes left. I've got a couple extra questions to go. And of course, anyone in the audience would like to ask it. Would you guys mind playing the video with the sound, if you can, please? This is just an example of the community coming together. I think today it's all about user-generated content, isn't it? So. If anyone knows this song, they can sing.
Crowd of people gathered alone, all together, untold, from everywhere, with every word, shout out loud with untold. We united, sang together, the melody
that's the power of social media, and I know everyone in this room. You might not be building on Ton, but for one, you're using Telegram every day in your lives, and I think that's what's so important about the Telegram and the Ton ecosystem as a whole, from my side anyway. And I want to delve into this. We've got not long left, so do you think that the ecosystem incentives and the grants that are available, for example, through the Ton Foundation, do you think there's enough happening there? And is there any grants or things you can maybe recommend to some of the audience that are considering building on Ton?
So regarding the grants, actually, I think something that could happen and should happen on Ton is like some way of like a decentralized, transparent grant that the whole ecosystem, mostly the builders, would have like some say on it. And at least there's a transparent like treasury, transparent allocation, the reason. I think if that happened on Ton, this is a necessity, I think, because this is something that I think it lacks in the Ton ecosystem, and it could improve the entire like ecosystem very, very good. Besides that, I think from the builders, maybe the most like important concern or complaint is something around this. I think if this happened, and then the fittest projects get the funds, and actually for everyone. So no like favorism or anything. That would be very, very useful for the entire ecosystem, I think.
Yeah, I think it's so well put, and I think from my side as well, what I do see is that the Telegram network in itself, the Telegram and the open network are actually a bit of an incubator themselves, because you're surrounded by other founders, you're in communities where they're also building. But what I'm hearing from you is that maybe more does need to be done on the ecosystem side to really help the builders. And that's something that I think every foundation needs more of. But what are your thoughts? Maybe I'll come to you next, Vlad. Was there any grants that you got going? How did you fund your project? And was any of that done through the sort of Ton Foundation?
I was one of the projects that received funds from Toncoin Fund. It's ex-name of Ton Ventures. It was quite long ago. We received several grants. We received several grants for audits, which was the most helpful things. But most of all, the help of Ton Foundation for us was of just business development. It's just connections, help. We just need some endorsement. It's more informal influence. As for now, as I know, in DeFi section, you can easily get grants for that purpose. For example, for audit, for say some marketing campaign, or there should be rewards later, but I'm not sure. It's not taken decision, but I know that it's in agenda. That's completely achievable in this ecosystem.
Well, there you go. The grants are available, so you just got to work hard to be able to receive them, And Alex, what about yourself? When you launched Hubs, was there a lot of the support there that you needed from the open network, and how did that look, and how did that sort of unfold for you?
Well, I'm leaning into Maddie's answer also. I think that there can be more to support the project. Generally speaking, I'm seeing a change. But if you come from the outside and you're not within, it's difficult to get that network. Having said that, I think that Ton Society has been a great support in terms of having these networks, these hackathons where I met Madi. We have a partnership, and it was really good for networking. So I think the initiative of Ton Society and their hackathons was great. Obviously, you have to be in person. From the foundation side, they're kind of linked, connected. But from the Ton Foundation, I think I'm seeing more and more support, and I love seeing that. But as you said, every foundation, I think, needs to work on that. And
we're getting there.
I think we're getting there. I really think we're getting there.
So we're at that time. We have 4 minutes left. I have time for one question from the audience, guys. So for those of you that have just arrived, perhaps maybe you would like to ask the builders on stage a question. And for those of you that have been here, if there's anything you'd like to ask. Oh, yes, we do have a question. No, it's good.
Can you pass the microphone, please?
No one can hear you. Sorry.
Yeah, there was an article saying that the Ton's mini app will only accept Ton, no other token. What's happening with that?
So right after the end of January, it was taken decision by Telegram that Telegram mini apps will work. Well, there are tricky things. So the only you can distribute your anything, any digital goods, any digital tokens, only within Ton blockchain. Still, it doesn't put across on your on your buildings. So because basically you can work with different chains, but still, if you distribute rewards, these rewards can only be on Ton. I checked the terms of use, how it's structured there.
There you go.
And the reason was that there are some projects that have been like invested heavily by Telegram, and they're just migrated to other chains. And basically, personally, I think me and many other like builders on the ecosystem is not supporting this decision, but this is something that, I mean, this is the decision that they made on. Yeah.
And just on the final note, I just wanted to get everyone to really massive round of applause for our speakers here, because we are out of time, sadly. We're out of time, is that right? Got time for one more question? One more, okay. Let me have the one more then. So this is a little bit of a party question at the end. I would actually ask you guys with one word to maybe tell the audience that aren't building on Ton, why should developers, why should builders come to Ton now and build, with just one word. So Alex, I'll start with you.
Definitely distribution.
Distribution, like that.
Build together.
Build together, yeah, togetherness. Vlad?
New narratives.
New narratives. Where we go, guys. Massive round of applause for our speakers. Thank you to the audience for being here. Thank you, guys. We're going to get a little photo, okay? Just come in there. Great session, guys. Nice.
Perfect. Thank you.
Let's see. Right. Are we ready to rumble? Yeah! Let's do it a bit louder because I couldn't hear it. Are we ready? I'm going to give you a Telegram gift because that is worthwhile. Can I at least finish it? Ready? We'll do it one more time. Are we ready to rumble? Yeah!
Yeah!
Now, I'm not joking. This is probably too good for the main stage, this one, okay? I honestly, this is a good top secret one. I'm glad we're not live streaming it around the world. We have probably got 5 of the top guys in gaming sitting down with us. They were like, one of them isn't the one. No, I am so delighted to have this panel. I wanted to MC it, that's how much, but we actually have a great MC with Bilal from Tom Battlegrounds. I don't know if you've seen their big stand. They're basically taking up half the real estate outside because it's that great a game. It is, I honestly have to say with Tom Battlegrounds, it's a game you can't believe that it's just on Telegram of that high quality of what you do because everyone's used to this tap to earn game. And when I show people Tom Battlegrounds, they're like, games can actually be like that. So if you've not paid Tom Battlegrounds, you just go watch it. It's incredible. Look, we've got Playdex Alex, again, the app center of games on Telegram and Ton. And then we've got a very familiar face that does the circuits a lot with me. We've got Sebastian from the Sandbox there. And then now, I can't believe it, we've got Animoca Brands, Robbie. He, again, has been so supportive on the Ton ecosystem. And John Linden, we got him there. And I'm going to just say one thing about John. Obviously, huge amount of games coming. He had a little bit of an issue on stage yesterday. And he quickly asked me to cover, because I've been giving away some Telegram gifts. And I accidentally was one click away from giving my plush Pepe away. If you don't know what a plush Pepe is, it's a 10K floor. I nearly gave that away straight away. To save John. I'm pretty sure. yeah. And he was like, oh, you gave away plush Pepe. That's very nice of you. Anyway, please give them a round of applause. You've got a great MC. This great, probably really a lot of alpha there. There we go.
Thanks, Marcin, for the introduction. Thank you guys for being here. I'm very happy to have you. The past year and a half, the past 2 years, I've seen VC very critical about Web3 gaming, and I'm very happy that we're all here and try to dismantle this a little bit. My first question is pretty general to all of you. What would you say to those to those gaming VCs that are very critical? And how do you see your company? What do you see your company bring to the gaming space, to the Web3 gaming space?
Thank you. So, me at Playdeck, we are responsible for game publishing, game accelerating, providing with all the tools, with payments platform, with ad solution, and anything to scale your businesses. Well, yeah, that's how we support. I believe we can chat then further.
What would I say to the, well, first of all, I do think like gaming is still one of the most challenging industry in the world, most competitive, like a lot of creative talent. Unfortunately, very few at the end game that will actually launch, and from the launch will actually become profitable, turn a revenue, and hence turn back a profit back to the investors so they can keep funding the ecosystem forward. And that has been for the past 2 years even more challenged than ever, like with technologies like AI, obviously like making games getting cheaper and cheaper, jobs in the industry are being cut massively, and there is an impact behind on like how games are monetizing. I think only one AAA game is making a profit back to the investor. Free-to-play game has been very challenging, and Web3 game has been trying to navigate, find its business model, experimenting a lot, but I don't think there has been any repeated successful business model yet in Web3 gaming. So my first feedback as investor is like really try to understand what you invest in and who are the team who can build or pivot fast and understand like why they are in the space, where they get their distribution, how they are building their revenue model indeed.
So I would add to that maybe that from the perspective of game investors who are used to investing in Web2 games, I think some of the negativity may be just projecting, to be honest, because the Web2 gaming market is incredibly difficult. It's very mature. Making money is almost impossible, especially with the cost of user acquisition. So Web3 is actually, in my opinion, a bright spot within the overall games industry because Web3 still represents a tremendous opportunity. I think, as Seb said, not a lot of studios have discovered kind of the magic formula, and what historically we've been really good at as a games industry is to identify, hey, that's working, I'm going to copy that and make it better and add a little bit and add a little bit, and we're kind of an industry of constant improvement, and those templates have not quite been worked out yet. We're still finding that, but I think as all of these, my colleagues from the industry here on the panel will attest to, when you've been in gaming for a long time, you get used to failure because it's more failure than success. But that's part of the process, and so there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, definitely. I share same opinions on a lot of these. I think the key that we would all say is, yeah, I agree that Web3 gaming is not much different than Web2 gaming at the end of the day, and they're both very difficult, and you're kind of competing for the same eyeballs mostly anymore. So I think what we look at is you know, what we would look at, and what I think if you're going to raise money is really looking at an experienced team. I think that's a very big one, as someone that's actually shipped a game before. And it's something that I think a lot of investors are looking at too. And I think it's something that if you're a new project, try and find somebody that's actually been through that process before. And I think that's been one of the biggest things we've seen. I've been in the industry for, 20 years now, and getting a game demo is very different than getting a game shipped, which is even more difficult than the next step is obviously getting players into the ecosystem profitably and sustaining that, right? And it's 4 very difficult stages. And I think if you're looking to raise money, you need to basically have that plan, you know, and show you have experience going through some of those steps before, because it's a big learning curve for the first time. You can get a game almost ready and it looks awesome and you have a very core alpha, and then you're going to be dead in the water because you don't know how to drive people into the games, right? So, and the other thing too, I think, is this landscape shifts very quickly, right? We kind of joke internally that if we see a resume from somebody that's done user acquisition in 2023, we're like, meh, You know, it's like it's a different game. 2023 to 2025 is a completely different game of how you play it. So you have to make sure you have people that are staying current, that are thinking outside the box, and are bringing something special with experience, right? And I think those are really the key things that anyone's looking for, whether it's a game publisher looking to partner with you, it's a chain now. Maybe I think that a lot of the chains are starting to get smarter about how they're controlling money, or it's a traditional VC. So.
Thanks for sharing the keys. I have another question, basically for Robbie, John, and Alex. How do I phrase this question? Where do you see the industry heading? 2 years ago, we were saying, oh, we're waiting for a lot of AAA games that are going to come in. It takes time. What's the state of the markets?
I'll start, and we'll go the other way here, I guess. So I think we are seeing a lot of things change, you know. And again, I think the key to Web3 is not calling it Web3. I really do. And we got kind of criticized for that pretty early on, but I think we're now kind of showing that that works. You know, we have a game now, FIFA Rivals. We got the official FIFA game coming out literally next week. And it's in soft launch, and we've already picked up, I think, in the first few days in 3 small countries, we have about 200,000 players, right? So to me, we're not getting those because we call it Web3. We're getting it because we're putting out a game. And I think that's really, really key. So where the state of the industry is going is, I think I've heard this question a lot of times, when is Web3 mainstream? Frankly, it's mainstream when we stop calling it Web3, right? When it's just a video game that has cool functionality that can be only done by Web3, and I think that's the key. But what we are seeing is like our game NFL Rivals, which has about 7 million players now, we're seeing year one, about 20% of our revenue came from Web3. The other 80% came from traditional Web 2, in-app purchases, battle passes, packs of cards, things like that. 20% of our revenue came from Web 3, trading fees and things like that. We made a couple changes in our ecosystem to where now you let players trade the way players trade, right? Players don't necessarily have crypto, mainstream players. Players don't have, they maybe don't want to put $300 for a Patrick Mahomes on their credit card, but they'll trade. And we figured out ways to basically use gamers to kind of trade across the ecosystem. And that was huge for us, to where year two, 65% of our revenue came from Web3. So this last year, 65%, up from 20% in year one, which is amazing. And we think we'll take that one step further. I think AI now is going to allow us to do things like sports trading agents, to where every player has their own AI sports agent in the game. They're not playing the game for you, but they're able to help you exceed. You know, how do I basically want to get a Ronaldo? How do I get a Messi? Well, you're not going to get it from day one, but we can help guide you through that path, right? So I think AI is going to increase trade volume, which is Web3 even further. So sorry for the long answer there, but there's a lot of exciting things happening right now.
What do you see from the investor side, Robbie?
So I think one of the important things that I always try to think about is how, when you're designing a game, how are you connecting with the players and the experience that you're offering them? Because I think one of the mistakes that we made early on as an industry in Web3 was to think about how we're making games in a traditional Web 2 model, meaning that there was a difference, for example, between people playing action games or whatever it was for the interest of fun, and another constituency of players who enjoyed trading assets, and that those, for some reason, were not gamers. Those were people who were trading assets who are, trespassers within my game. And that was the view, particularly from game developers who came from Web 2. And I think that actually what we have is just products that are more complex, because the people who are trading assets are just playing a different game, right? It's like, if you go on pump.fun, it's a game. At the end of the day, most of Web3, frankly, is a game. It's just that it's a trading game, it's not a shooting game, right? It's a different kind of game. And so how do we open up our products in such a broad way that we can actually cater to these multiple constituencies under the same roof? Because some people may come to an NFL game because they want to trade cards. They actually don't like the NFL, they just like card trading because that scratches their itch. But then other people come because they love the NFL, and how can you be something to everybody? And that's very hard.
Well, I would like to add to that, like basically you have to design for player-owned economy, meaningful one. Like basically it's not about the fact that you just have game asset as NFTs that is sufficient, or pre-selling them early on to fund the game, or having a token alone that will fuel an economy. You have to think of deep down on the feature that will drive the demand for the token and maximize the gameplay toward like transaction. Like how do you create more desire between players to transact and exchange? So maybe it's through the live ops design that makes you like in one season certain attribute over certain card are desirable and give you a certain leverage in the gameplay versus others. In generally speaking, I do think like game designers tend to underestimate the power of like ultra financialization of game assets, like our desire to be collectors, our desire to make a revenue and a profit toward it. You can definitely optimize toward that without necessarily becoming a pure like trading desk of a game and still remain a good game. Big picture about like how the game industry is evolving. I think roughly we have 300 million gamers now in Web3, but you might not see it because it's more fragmented than ever. When we started early days of blockchain gaming, it was essentially Ethereum. That's it. All the games, all the liquidity was concentrated on Ethereum. Right now, I would say it's very difficult to know where it is. Like a good portion of gamers in the casual sectors are on the Telegram and Ton ecosystem. A good other portion of gamers now are on Avalanche, and you can see the success of Maple Story M. I think that launched recently and generated over $1 million worth of trades in transaction fees, over the trades of the players. And some is still in Polygons. Now a lot of games are trying on Solana. So as a game developer, you also have to bet on which ecosystem will actually drive and provide the liquidity necessary to inject some financial value in your game and drive further category of players. But then you still need to have a good game that retains those players based on like the traditional game metric. Those are difficult decisions usually because, well, coming from a traditional gaming background, you might not know all of that. And also there is, I must say, like the blockchain didn't really play the role that the app stores played back in the day in gaming, or the console played back in the day in gaming. Like they are not allowing to acquire new users easily. They are not the distribution network that drive the network effect that Web3 is supposed to have, the same way we saw it initially in CryptoKitties or Axie Infinity in the past, or maybe you've seen in Blancos or other titles. So it's a fast evolving industry with still like some part where like we have to build our own and try to acquire users at our own cost instead of benefiting from a whole ecosystem behind and just focus on making a good game.
Alec, tell us a little bit, you as a publisher, you also see passing a lot of different games. I have two questions for you. First, same as the other, where do you see the industry heading? And what do you see right now? What's the gaming trend that you're seeing right now?
Sure, so yeah, a couple of things to add. I believe at Telegram, Web3 went to the most simple way, just to reward the user with crypto. And that's why we got lots and lots of tap mechanics. And we are quite not happy with this because, like, yeah, we can discuss it further. But yeah, currently I see the switch not to the play to earn mechanic, but to win to earn mechanic and play for fun mechanics as well. So the three main things that I see game developers implement more and more is including and utilizing Web3 as a reward system, for example, NFTs as an achievement, for example. Utilizing social graph, for example, player versus player mechanics and all the stuff. You guys, Ton Battleground, making such a nice effort for this. Well, yeah, and I believe this would be moving towards play for fun and win to earn mechanics.
Thanks. Seb, your platform, you're often presenting it as a user-generated content platform. How do you balance the creator-driven and the developer-driven games in the future?
All right. So Sandbox is a user-generated content platform. We provide this no-code game maker tool that people can make games without any specific experience, publish on their land, and get featured. Then what we do as like the platform is to try to drive audiences toward like those experiences, and we do it in two ways. On one side, we have these events and season where we curate for several weeks a lot of top brands. We launch experience that we produce ourselves with those brands that attract traffic, and that traffic usually will spill out across a lot of experiences. Like people will play, I think something like 10, 20 experiences in a week over the span of an event. If there's an event with, I don't know, 40 experiences or 60 experiences, they will go through it. And hopefully a portion of that audience who are also enjoy playing will stay and keep exploring the user-generated content on the map. The thing is that will not be sustainable enough if at some point the creators themselves do not learn how to do their own marketing and their own self-promotion. If not, like we're just recycling the same user that we brought ourselves through the brand's partnership or from the existing Sandbox user base. So we are trying to educate our audience of user-generated content creators. Most of them, they are first-time creators. They are not professionals of the video game industry. They have no clue about marketing, growth marketing, user acquisition, performance acquisition, and so on. So you try to explain them, okay, what you should put in place to try to drive an audience, how to identify who is a target audience for your game. And some of them have got really better at that. Like they form community of generally interested players, they build leaderboard, they build reward systems, they use Telegram apps, they use a lot of growth hacking techniques to engage players. The second thing we've done is we have those builder challenge, very focused on the creator for a period of 5 weeks, where we put a pool of rewards to the creator who not only publish on their experience on the map, but also are like driving the maximum traffic. So now there is a financial incentivization on top of their monetization. We top it with our rewards to boost that. And then we see a much bigger boost of traffic. We see like creators are trying to expand, learn how to acquire users, work with, I don't know, platform like WeGG, YGG, and all the guilds and so on, to actually hack their growth towards certain path toward more monetization. At the end of the day, the challenge in the creator economy is still, and it's proper to every platform, you will find it on UEFN with Fortnite, Roblox, and so on. There is always this top percentile, which are like dragging the most monetization on the platform, and the rest is a long tail of indie creator. Some of them might enjoy because it's a hobby, but many of them will not survive. And it's not new to Web3. In the indie gaming and Web2, we've been grinding a lot.
John, you seem to be in this percentile. Can you describe a little bit? You were mentioning that 20% of your revenue comes from Web3. Can you describe more clearly with your words, how do you balance the Web2 part and the crypto part, well, the gaming part and the crypto part in your ecosystem?
Yeah, so I think, I mean, the biggest change for us is a little bit of what Robbie was saying earlier, that there's different cohorts of people, right? And every game has that. Every game has, I mean, one rule that I've seen is every game you make professionally, the day one, they're going to play it differently than you thought they'd play it, right? You're going to find people that find things more interesting in the game than you might have intended, right? So I think the first step is making sure you are empowering the players and you're giving them a great experience, but you will find different cohorts. And Robbie mentioned earlier, some people might want to come in and just trade, and that's true. And I think that's a powerful thing, right? And so what we found that worked great for us and what moved us from that 20%, so for us, 20% was kind of trading, right? So it's the fees we generated from trading, of players trading with each other, and then the other 80% of them buying new packs. So they're minting effectively, right? So it's still Web3 because they're still minting assets. We don't consider that secondary revenue, right? And what changed it for us is we had this feature called Quick Trade. And again, what I kind of hinted at before is that players can come in and they can buy a $200 item, right? So if Patrick Mahomes in an NFL game or Ronaldo's going for $200 US, it's such a small amount of players that are going to be able to afford to do that, just globally. It's a very small percent, but there are people that will. And I think what we found that worked really well is we were able to blend those cohorts together, and that's where the magic starts happening, to where a player comes in and says, cool, I'm not going to put that on my credit card. I'm not going to buy it with crypto, but I'll trade for Patrick Mahomes or I'll trade for Ronaldo, right? And when that happens, basically all their digital assets show up on the other side and be like, well, what do you want to get rid of? And because we've been able to kind of drive an order book, right, a global order book across every constituent, you start getting, I think NFL right now, we have about 50,000 open orders at any given second now. And we do that through a variety of ways. But you let people have this offer rule, kind of offer system to where, hey, I'll pay for any rare for this price. I'll pay for this specific one. I'll pay for any for my particular team, right? And that starts building up an order book. And what happens now is when I go to pull up my cards, we have about 80% of them have prices, and they might not be the price you want, but they're priced, and I can decide in real time, do I want to get rid of it? And I can maybe choose 4 or 5 of them and say, oh, that's enough giving away to cover the cost of this asset. So what ends up happening is they can trade for free. Players can trade for free. They receive the asset they want, they get rid of the assets they don't want. What's beautiful for us is we got paid on every single leg of that transaction. So effectively, the player became the trading mechanism. They didn't actually buy and sell all this themselves. They just said, yeah, I want this and I'll get rid of these. And we used our tech to basically buy this from one seller and sell these to 5 different buyers all in real time. And to me, that's probably the most fascinating part right now of Web3 for us, is that effectively from a game developer perspective, we are monetizing a non-paying player. The player that initiated that trade, they didn't pay us anything. All the other constituents, we were able to map into one global trade economy, right? That's the power, because now
Was it in purpose?
What's that?
Was that in purpose?
Yeah, we designed it on purpose, because we will take credit for it now. It's great, yeah. No, I mean, if you think about games, I mean, if you look at games forever, there are 2 panels, right? We've been doing this for 25 years. It's 2 panels. It's this is what I want, and it could be 2 or 3 items, and this is what I'll get rid of, right? And if you look at any MMORPG, look at Baldur's Gate recently, right? You look at World of Warcraft back in the day, it's all the same trading mechanisms, right? It's liquidity based, though. It's not bids and ask and floor prices and collection values. Gamers understand liquidity. Baseball card traders understand liquidity. I want a Texas Ranger because that was my hometown, and I'll give up a Detroit, I almost said the wrong team there, Detroit Tiger, right? So in baseball, right? So everybody has what they want and what they don't want. If you can facilitate that on a global basis, now you're talking. Now you can monetize players in India better than Web 2 developers. You can monetize players in Argentina better than Web 2 developers. And now Web 3 becomes a leverage point over everybody else in the world.
To trigger the monetization loop.
Yeah.
And I love what you say, because building games, I also learned that you need to be very meticulous and everything related to your referral loop, your monetization loop, etc. So.
And actually, one more thing, we've talked about this industry's gone from like play to earn, play to earn, play to earn. And there's been some great examples. I mean, Axie was a great example, because you started giving what you saw from that kind of loop is that you saw players in other countries that actually were valued for their time. Now, I think we've struggled with that loop a little bit. I think if you're giving out a universal token, what are they going to do with it? They're going to sell the token and add sell pressure your token, right? So that's not the best model, but assets do get that. And what happens in these new models now is basically some of our most expensive cards that we get are not something that we ever sell. It's something you can only earn in the game, or you can only buy it from somebody that earned it in the game. That's still play to, it's play to earn, right? Just, it's not the emphasis of the game, it's a byproduct of the game. Because most of our players don't rush out to go sell it. We had a Travis Kelce card in NFL that was $1,200 US. We never sold it. It was earned only in this event. It was worth $1,200. We didn't see everybody rush out to sell a $1,200 asset, because it would have collapsed the value, right? But we did see people view it as their digital identity. My collection just went up by $1,200. And I think that's a very powerful thing. I think it's where Web3 gets it wrong a lot, is it's not about profiting. It's not about every player buying something low and selling something high. It's about players that can come in and see their digital identity because the community has validated the assets they have and what the value of those are. That's when you get players, when you get millions of players to think of it in those terms, that's when you win, right? Oh my God, my collection just went up by $1,200. Not, I'm gonna be the first one to rush out and try and profit from this, right? And I think Web3 does this really, really well if we let it do it, But if our focus is 10x to the moon, all these mantras you hear, that's not gonna work,
There are 3 points that I want to repeat here because they're really interesting. First is the monetization loop meticulously drafted. 2 is the polishing of the user experience, so that you don't look like you're minting, but you're in essence minting. And 3, it comes back to what Alex was also saying, is that the games are shifting from you have to pay the NFT to you get the reward with the NFT, and then it becomes part of the value of the game.
Sorry, sorry, I keep talking. But I think the only other thing is focus on the assets. I think that's important. I think Sandbox has done a great job focusing on assets, right? There's a sand coin, but the sand coin is an ecosystem coin across every experience, right? It's about the assets because any assets that are either quantity-based or time-based have value, right, to a consumer. Some consumer, not every consumer, but they'll have some value. There's still people that buy free Fortnite accounts on eBay. Why would you buy a free Fortnite account on eBay? Because it has the Season 2 DJ Marshmallow skin that I didn't have, and I want it. You know, that's how you create value. And I think
Gamification.
Yeah.
I was going to add, like, there's something like you've done very well here, John, is like you understand really deep down what's valuable about like sport cards, especially as sport players, whether it's FIFA, etc. I don't know if it can be fully replicated to any game. Like in Sandbox, I have Avatar from Snoop Dogg. Can I say like one Snoop is equal to 2 Paris Hilton like this? Like there is an interesting value system that you benefit already because those real sports athletes are already being valued in the real world, and people are trading them like Panini cards or like Topps cards, which you can leverage. Okay.
And I was going to say, one of the things that I think all of these examples you highlighted are, I think the true power of Web3 is that it's actually it's technology that's enabling us to figure out how to attach customer and user behaviors that have always existed, but now connect them with technology, and whether that allows us to collect data, collect fees, facilitate transactions. Previously, this was stuff that happened off-game on eBay or somewhere else, and now we can bring that all into our universe and service customers in the process.
Alec, my last question before we give the audience the opportunity to ask some question. My last question is for you. We are on the Telegram stage here. You're a game publisher on Telegram. How would you describe the advantages for developers and builders to build on Telegram games?
So the first of all is that you might not pay to the marketing agency for your customers, but pay your users. As we were talking about here, your customer acquisition cost is NFT you minted, for example, or tokens that you minted. The customer acquisition cost itself is really low at the moment, and the audience is really, really huge at Telegram. So it's really...
This is what Seb was mentioning, like having the distribution network.
Come again?
Seb was mentioning the distribution as an important part of the success of a game.
For sure, yeah. And like Playdeck helps with the discoverability of the game itself, with all the social mechanics. Well, yeah.
Exactly. As Robbie and John was saying, like each cohort is different. You need to study everything to adapt for each of the game. Thank you, guys. We can give them a round of applause and then get some questions from the audience.
Right. If you have a question for these guys, yeah, we've got to ask one word answer. What gives you the ick on the game, or maybe for you non-millennials, what's a bit of a red flag? Just a really quick one before I give it there.
Red flag on investing in a team or a game, or
the game. You see the game, and it's like, oh, you could do the team.
Well, yeah, if you look at any game, like, let's be open-minded, because at the end, like, who can tell which game will be a success or not? But as an investor, what I look at is, like, do the team actually has found something really unique that they control? Like, John, like, your mechanic is probably you're one of the 1% of founders that I would talk to who can talk me deep down into game design and understand, like, why would people generate transaction and want to trade the asset? All the others, they would probably just stay very basic at the level, oh, we'll have a token and the token will sell, and then you should always challenge them at how and so why and how you will do it. Explain me in details, and until they understand deep down the mechanics and prove like they are not being played by the network, but they are the one that actually activate the network, then it's a red flag.
Investing in a game? I'd say 3 words if I heard that I wouldn't invest in a game is to the moon. I would say that because I don't think they have the right mentality. Yeah, I've heard that. Like, oh, we're gonna take this to the moon. I'm like, you're a little too focused on the crypto side, and you're not gonna probably have a great mainstream game experience. So I think just little things like that. If it's about profit and only profit, it's probably not gonna play.
I'd say very quickly, if you show up on the website and the first thing you get is a pop-up that asks you to connect your wallet before you can figure out what the website is about, that's a red flag. Because who would connect your wallet to a random website?
Yeah, I would say that you always see that it clicks somehow. So if some chemistry put in the game, and if the game is loved, you just see it. But if it's made just for profit.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you. Great panel. Yeah, really great. Well, me as a therapist, I'm of course also curious about, like, we already reuse our screen so much, and gaming can sometimes extend that, you know, and that's a lot of psychology into that as well. It could be interesting to hear, like, do you even think about that, or considering, like, what could be a red flag or something that you try to be aware of when it comes to, like, this is what you guys do? Are there something you try to, like, you know, I saw, for example, Sleepagotchi is a thing on Ton, where it's actually the better this Tamagotchi-like thing works, it's connected to your sleep pattern. So it incentivizes you to actually take care of your sleep. Of course, if you then game too much, and that's the main thing in a different way, it kind of defeats the purpose. But I did like the idea, though. So it could be interesting to hear, like, what's your guys' thought when it comes to the health aspect of gaming, and we're getting more immersive in technology, in society, in humans, and so on. But what's that could be interesting.
Yeah, there is a game called Stepmania, I believe. Stepmania. So it counts your steps, for example. And we just laughed with my team, and we were discussing that when Pokemon Go appeared, every guy who played it, like, doubled the aim of steps a day. Well, yeah, there are some of the games that utilize the functionality that Telegrams give you. So.
Yeah, just real quick. So I mean, I think what you're kind of talking about is a whole different genre, I think, which is great. My last company, I sold to Niantic that makes Pokemon Go, and that was their entire vision of Niantic, was how do you basically turn the world into this playground, but it can be healthy, right? It's tied back to steps and location and getting out in the public. And I think that's great. I think what we're seeing right now is, there's a lot of this. We can go a whole topic on this, but I think that the key right now for us is maybe I'm not necessarily making sure it's a healthier game, but while your time that's in the game is a healthier experience, I think that's an important part, because kids are playing it, and I think, more and more people are playing it. Half the world plays games every month now, which is ridiculous, but it's what's happened, right? And now it's how do you basically give them a great experience and have them something that's rewarding? You know, if you're a stakeholder in the game, you should be rewarded for that in some capacity, right? So.
I know half the panel is staying. Do we have one more question? I know you're kidding me. Do we have any more questions for the titans of gaming? Yes, I'm going to give you. There we go. Make the answers quick, though, and snap it.
Thank you. You talked a lot about user acquisition and user retention. How do you find the balance of maybe even involving the community into the development of the game to make sure they are actually the ones enjoying playing the game? And what's maybe the right stage to involve the community in that development?
Okay, I'm going to give an old-fashioned answer to this. I think that games are very difficult. You can't have it be too community-led, because otherwise you're not actually contributing to the value of the project. But at the same time, it's important that lead game designers need to listen to feedback from customers and not just have a maniacal vision to a fault. So I think I would go with the old school answer of you go out there and you test. And you build cohorts, and you see what people like, and you take feedback on that basis, but you still have to have a vision for the game to begin with, because that's why you're making it and not them.
This guy's begging for one more, and I promise you, I'll hurry the next one up.
This is for the investors. So with AI and the tools that AI is developing to allow everybody to make games, how does that change investment for smaller indie studios, or how do you guys see investment for small studios in the future now and today?
All right, I'll probably say something quite controversial here. So, what AI has done so far, and like the main application of AI that's like pushed toward like revenue or in the form of cost saving in the industry, is destroy jobs massively. And we're gearing toward a model where like game companies will need less and less people, specifically in the content and art side, to be able to produce cheap game. So what it does is basically it leverages the game again to make a barrier to entry lower than it used to become. And that gives opportunity for smaller studios who will be very scrappy, who will understand how to use AI very fast to produce high quality game at a fraction of the cost that have been done before. I guess the first mover will have an advantage, as pretty much in every industry at the beginning. So whoever comes with either a new category of game and gameplay that's built with AI, everything related to vibe coding and games built with vibe coding, or every game studio that can crack down that equation again of user acquisition costs versus LTV by reducing the production cost and the time to market for those games, might become a winner and maybe the next Vodou.
So again, coming from the traditional game space, which we all have, I'd say a $200 million 7-year game now will be a $10 million 18-month game in about 2 or 3 years. It's not going to make itself though, right? So I would say anybody that's investing in this right now, if they're not embracing AI in a major way, again, the AI, I think we're a long way away. The AI is just going to be like, make me this game and it's going to do it. It might eventually happen, but I think we're a long way off from that. So investing in teams that know how to make games, because it still takes, like, I can create art in ChatGPT. My graphical designers can make way better art in ChatGPT than I can, right? Because it still takes talent to do that. But so I'd say you still have to invest in a great team, and but I would only be looking at teams that are embracing AI in every aspect now, from production to NPC to localization. If you're not doing that right now, you're going to get passed up very quickly. So.
That's it. Right. Good news is we're going to get 2 more people. The bad news is we're losing our 3 amigos at the end. So give John, Robbie, Sebastian a huge round of applause. Obviously, Alex and Bilal for the same. We've got one more panel. It's about gaming on Ton and Telegram. Julian, Simon, please come up. And obviously, Tanya. Is Tanya here? There you go. And Tanya as well, if she's there. Julian, you're emceeing. You're emceeing.
Connect.
Okay.
Sorry?
You're emceeing.
Yeah, you want to MC?
No.
No?
I'll,
No? I can give you the question if you want to.
No.
Person missing, no?
Okay.
Tanya.
Ready?
Tanya?
Right, guys. The last panel of the day. I know you're excited. We got Julian, obviously from Ton, and if you didn't realise, from MemeCon yesterday. We got Simon, if you weren't this morning, very good. We got Bilal, and we got Alex, who've been around already. Did you want me to get someone for you, Bilal? Oh. No, he's freaked out. There we go. Right, you guys, I'll give you the mic. I'll let you, Brittany girls. Thanks.
Yeah, so hello ladies, hello gentlemen. Nice to have you here for one of the last panel of the day. So guys, quick round of introduction. Buddy, who are you and what you are chilling, buddy?
Hey everyone, so I'm Simon. I'm the CEO at Goat Gaming. Goat Gaming is an ecosystem of games on Telegram where you can compete and win prizes, including Telegram collectibles.
I love your chain, by the way.
Yeah, you got to rep the goat, right?
Of course.
So Alex, I'm CEO at Playdeck, games publisher, games launcher at Telegram.
Bilal?
Oh, sorry. Hey guys, so I was moderating the panel just before. I am the founder of Pirates Lab. We're a VC fund and an accelerator based in Paris. And we recently invested in Ton Battleground, the game that we were mentioning and has the big stand in the middle.
Thank you, guys. So I won't explain you know, what are Telegram mini apps, what is gaming, what is the gaming on Ton, because I think if you are here from the morning, you already know better, even than me as an employee, what everything is. But when you have an idea, and I guess as a builder, even a developer, when you have a product, then the next step is to have users, right? To have feedback and to have also potential revenues. So from your perspective, guys, maybe we start with you also, Bilal, because you have built also, you are new to the ecosystem, and also after we can go with you, OG, the GOAT, and you will explain also with your game. But how do you acquire users when you are building a Telegram mini apps? What is the secret sauce, basically?
That's a good question. I think first there is the basic stuff to do. The basic stuff to do is first to be listed on Telegram-related ecosystem, for example, Ton apps, potentially Playdeck. The second is, growth hacking. You do partnership with other projects, you do cross-quests, you exchange some traffic, but it's not just about the traffic. It's about tracking properly this traffic and the monetization and the retention that it's generating. Otherwise, it's just money out of the window. So be very precise on that. Then you can get on the next level. The next level is both obviously get the support of the Ton ecosystem, both the people at the foundation, but also the communities. For example, with Ton Battleground, we're running a cross-Ton Telegram community around the world. So Ton Paris, Ton Hong Kong, Ton Balkan, Ton Australia, they're all part of the tournament. So try to leverage the ecosystem as much as you can. And then the last phase is the paid. And regarding paid, I see two options. Maybe Alec will say more, but first there is Adsgram, kind of the version of meta ads where you pay and you acquire user depending on the geography that you want to target and the demography that you want to target. But you can also pay traffic from bigger entities like Gamey, portfolio of Animoca, that have multiple million users. They are a platform that aggregates games and users. So that's kind of the three steps for growth hack your way when you launch a game, from my 2 cents.
That's great, because from what you are saying, basically you are explaining that even with a $0 investment, you can already start, with the free partnerships to do some good stuff, right?
Exactly, and Alex was mentioning it in the previous panel. Gamification, like we have assets that we can offer, we have tokens that we can offer and incentivize, and this, triggers the virtuous circle.
Okay, but from your perspective also, Simon, because now I think, you are, I guess, one of the GOAT of the system. I would call also OG, but could you describe, how was the steps to make you where you are right now?
Yeah, Bilal gave a very comprehensive answer. So a lot of it was community-based, a lot of it was exploring partnerships with, say, like Playdeck or Telegram App Center, working closely with the ecosystem. But actually, one thing that was really interesting for us is Telegram, by its very nature, is inherently social. It's a social network. And so for us, tapping into that and finding ways to make playing with your friends more rewarding and finding ways that you can incentivize that behavior actually helped us a lot. And so, for example, if a player brings a friend into Go Gaming and that friend spends, you get benefit from that.
Exactly.
And if that referrer makes another referral, you actually get rewards 2 layers down. So at every stage, we try and find ways to make the games more fun to play with your friends and to encourage you to bring your friends in. And I think that's more sustainable. It also helps retain players for longer, because if you play with your friends, you're more likely to hang around and keep playing.
Yep, yeah, that's right.
Just to emphasize on what Simon is saying, because it's really interesting for the audience, gaming is increasingly social. People play on Discord, they share, they live stream on Discord, and most of the people who play games on computer, they go through Steam. And Steam and Discord, which are the most used, let's say, gaming platform or gaming-related platform, they have 200 million monthly active users. So on Telegram, you have 5 times more active users than on Discord and on Steam. And I think that's where the social aspects can really, trigger virality and make Telegram a gaming platform.
Yes, that's true. That's true. And we have a good product. Not part of the question, but let's improvise a little bit because I think the flow is interesting here. So, imagine we have a good product. We know how to acquire users. Now, the most, I would say, tricky part will be to retain, right? Now we speak about retention. And from your point of view, Alex, because I think you have seen a lot of game, what are the best practice and obviously the thing to avoid regarding your retention?
I would contribute in the previous question as well. The first users that would come, those are the gamers who would like to see some achievements. Maybe you can call them munchkin, like they want to discover the product and all the hidden gems in your product. But then they will bring other users, and you need to build up social mechanics. And when it's a working system, when you can exchange your achievements with other users, or maybe you can play live with other users, maybe it could be some kind of meta PvP in terms of like leaderboard mechanics and whatsoever, this really retains users.
That's good. Maybe another thing to add?
I would add also back to basics. You mentioned the affiliation. I think it's basic thing to put in place to have like a first incentivization strategy. I wanted to say something, but I forgot. Anyone wants to take it while the
I can jump in here. So I think one game that does this really well on Telegram, because I'm not shilling my bags for once, is Boinkers. And the thing they do is they have regular targets. They have things for you to do in the next few hours, the next few days, weeks, and then a month. And I think providing players with a series of objectives, all with differing time frames, keeps the game fresh and engaging and constantly gives you reasons to keep playing. If you don't have these meta rewards and these kind of time-based objectives, then players will often drop out. People need a bit of like that time pressure and the targets that they should be working towards.
Really interesting that you are pointing the Bonkers guys, because I guess I would like also to tap, so we speak about retention now, that's good, but you all spoke about incentives, right? And so one of the biggest incentives actually, but I believe it's changing, it's the TG, right? The launch of the token. So people are here, they are spending more time in order to, in an hypothesis gain, right? But do you believe that it will improve? And if so, how do you see, the future of rewarding your actual community instead of, because, imagine you will have one game, but at the end you will try to become maybe a game editor, right? And to launch other IP. And so you are not going to launch 10 tokens. So how do you imagine, this new kind of incentives coming on?
Yeah, look, I think for us, like we see the GG token, which it hasn't launched yet, but it's something we're working towards, as something with a 3 to 5 year plus time horizon, right? It's not something that you just want to release and forget. A lot of communities are just based around the token launch. When the token launch comes out, the community drops off, the game dies, and everything was geared towards that one event. For us, it's a milestone, but it's not the sole objective. And so we have a much longer time horizon when we think about the token as a means to incentivize the behaviors that we want and reward the right behaviors and use it as a retention and use acquisition mechanism primarily.
Okay. Any other feedback?
I know. It's not bad to have an airdrop campaign. What is bad is not to have a strategy when you do the airdrop.
Yeah.
And what we see is that a lot of people precipitate themselves to launch the token. And if you launch the token without having a strategy implemented to absorb the selling pressure, then you're dead. And I've contributed to a couple of token launch. And what I can say is that it's a full-time job. If you don't have someone that takes care of that full-time, don't do it. You will lose. Because if the token goes down, creates FUDs, people don't want to come in, investors don't want to come in, and it's a vicious circle. So really have a strategy, how to execute that, and don't do the airdrop until you do it. And also, you know, your airdrop needs to be linked to the value that is being brought to the game. So for example, if someone farmed the token the first month and is not there the next 6 months, we suppress him. There's no reason he should get the token. So be very meticulous in your strategy, in the distribution, and to absorb. And what I wanted to say earlier, something that we see is working on Telegram, maybe you tell me if I'm wrong, but I see the Telegram user loving a little bit of randomness in the game. They love when, for example, you have choice between two things, and you just have to spin, and you don't know what you're gonna have. Or the loot box. You get a loot box, and depending on when you open it, you have different things. And we see that the Telegram users, maybe because of the tap to earn or the hyper casual style, but that's a fact.
Well, that's true, and I think, you know, it's at the heart of what games in a large sense are. You know, it's what you are describing. You know, when I used to advise other gaming company, the thing that you described and to try to explain to them, it's like, okay, when you buy a pack of Pokemon cards, you know, it's the same excitement at the end. You know, you think, okay, maybe I will have the chance to have this Dracofeu or whatever, and that's exactly that. You know, the randomness, even as the reward, but you know, we can also evolve that even in the lore of the game, and also how your player can evolve, you know. That's the thing also that could go to the next level. But
sure, yeah. Like, I got just one thing to add, that everyone can do the inflation of the token, so you can create any amount of tokens at the back end at any time, but the thing is, how do you deflate them? How you make users use the token? And if you invent this, why do you need the token?
That's true. Yeah, totally correct. Yeah, that's the challenge, right? At some point, and that's also, you know, if you manage to have this clear architecture and also this clear journey, it can work, but it can also destroy.
It should be a loop to keep the price of your token, but at the end of the day, do you need the token if you have your internal currency?
No, that's true.
Maybe not.
Yeah, totally. And so one question, I think, you know, the answer is obvious. So, you know, it was, okay, do you believe that the game on Ton will be a driver for Ton? But, you know, I would like to expand this question, because I think if you are here, it's obvious, yes, right? But how do you see, you know, as you know, Ton is working on 5 verticals, right? GameFi, AI, payment system, Telegram economy, and, you know, and also, and how do you see maybe, you know, a game tapping into these different elements? So gaming with real DeFi, and so it's become gamified DeFi, or gaming tapping into AI. Do you see this kind of stuff coming?
I wouldn't recommend it.
Sorry?
I would not recommend it.
To mix stuff, you mean?
Yeah, I would not recommend it for many reasons. I rephrase. I would not recommend it in the beginning. Just do one thing, try to do it well, and then you can expand. And it's better in terms of focus, of delivery, but it's also better from the user standpoint. There's less thing to understand. There's less thing different to do. And I think being able to funnel, you know, when Alex say a loop, it's like a funnel where there are steps that you want to take by the hand the user and have him do that. So the more paths there is, the less stuff he's going to probably do.
Okay. You agree, guys, on that?
I would actually just throw in a slightly spicy comment. Like, if we want gaming to succeed on Telegram, we have to stop calling it GameFi. Because it's gaming.
Okay.
Like, the minute you put the financial layer on it and you want to bring in the mass market and the normies, you turn them off. And this only wins by bringing in the mass market. So yeah, that's one I feel quite strongly about.
Yeah, so for you, games should be what games are fun, challenging, and that's it.
Games, but the minute you put FI there, like, you've turned off everyone that's not already into crypto.
Yeah.
And we're already like onboarding the normies with the collectibles. There's no reason this shouldn't also happen with TMAs and Telegram mini apps. But
yeah.
Yeah, like, if we return to my example, like, if you create the right loop and the right user experience, then you can build up. But let's start with the core mechanics.
Yeah, that's true. And so, you know, actually, we have a lot also of hype regarding collectibles, gifts, NFTs. So even if that should not be maybe the core focus of a game, what do you think about integrating this kind of stuff as a reward or as an incentive?
Yeah, look, I think games are better with prizes. Like, there's a massive casual DGen audience out there. On mobile, there are people that spend hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in Web2 social casino games where the only thing they get is more virtual currency that they cannot extract. Like, this is a massive, like sweepstakes gaming as well, and mobile gaming in the US is massive, right? So there is an audience that is what I call the casual DGen audience, and like, I think the power of collectibles is almost like pouring petrol onto that fire and accelerating it. Like, it's very powerful.
Yeah, so I was talking about rewarding the user, and decreasing your customer acquisition cost, and those are really nice things to implement, like NFTs and tokens, just to reduce your cost and pay directly to your end user.
Okay.
My vision around what is Web3 gaming has quite evolved. But basically today, I don't believe in Web3 gaming where everything is tokenized, or where all the in-game assets are NFTs, where everything you have to buy, you can only buy it with the token. I don't like that for two reasons that are very practical. The first one is that having NFTs means limited number of assets, means limited numbers of monetization and users. I don't like that. It's not the purpose of a game. And the second is when you monetize with your token, then you sell it, there is a conflict of interest between you and your community. So I don't like to make revenue in tokens. Where I see, and that's what John was saying at the previous panel, is crypto should be complementary to the game. It should be able to address another target audience than the core target audience to the game. And I give you an example with Stand Battleground. The main game is free to play. People are there to enjoy, to play with their friends. Okay, it's a shooter game, but they're supposed to have fun. They can buy assets, they're not NFTs. However, there's going to be a token. But the token is for the people who wants to access a more competitive aspect of the game. People who wants to compete against each other. And again, we don't do revenue in our token. We ask people to lock the token and they get battle passes, daily pass, on which they can go compete with other people. And I'm not against NFTs. I'm not just saying all the assets should not be NFT. But I am definitely for having the top 1% of assets, the collaboration with Hollywood IP, with digital IP, with whatever IP, that can be made an NFT because it's premium. You want it to be limited. You don't want everyone to do it. You want to use it to reward the best players that you have. And I think that is the right recipe.
So you are not really a big supporter, if I understand you, of, imagine, we all know League of Legends, right? Or Dota, right? And you are not a fan, for example, of imagine having, a cosmetic as an NFT, or like, in Counter-Strike.
Not all the cosmetics should be NFTs.
Yeah. Or maybe having, the possibility to turn it or turn off at some point.
I've seen that. But I didn't see it working.
Okay. Interesting. So I think we're done, right?
Let's give these guys a round of applause. Bilal, Alex, Tatiana's seat, Simon, and Julian there. So, the bad news is that is over. Guys, you take a seat down. You can live. But the bad news is that is it. That is the end of Ton of People. The first Ton of People we had. I just want to do a
first conference Ton of People because we had 2 Ton of People events in Paris.
We have 2. Okay, well, whatever it is, first one Ton of People at NFC Summit. I'm really, really grateful for all the help we've had. Obviously, Echo's been doing a huge amount of work. Dennis, I'm going to get to come on stage in 2 seconds. Look, we've had a lot of people, ton of fun. Ton of events, ton of lending, ton of everything. And I'm really, really grateful for all the support. Hopefully this is just the start of what we have got coming forward. So, just leaves me to say, you guys at home, thank you so much for supporting. We're gonna go out and have a nice drink. Au revoir, goodbye, adios, auf Wiedersehen, tschüss. That's the end. Goodbye, guys.
Bye. Hop là. Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Milan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.